On retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in for Kenny's Insights and The Gold Show this Sunday morning at 9 a.m.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
Both sides dug in. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. We're in day 34 of the government shutdown. Senate Majority Leader John Thune continues to blame Democrats for not passing a short-term spending bill that would fund the government through November 21st as funding for some federal programs dries up.
Thanks to Democrats, Head Start programs are beginning to close. Housing assistance programs are at risk. Seniors and people in rural areas can't access telehealth services. National Guard training is on hold.
Senate Democratic Leader Chuck Schumer says Democrats want to ensure health care subsidies are extended.
The only plan Republicans have for health care seems to be to eliminate it and then to tell working people to go figure it out on their own. That's not a health care plan. That's cruel.
Another test vote on the measure expected tomorrow. The House passed it in September. The Trump administration will partially pay out food stamp benefits following a court order.
The Department of Agriculture will dip into contingency funds to at least partially pay for SNAP, the federal food aid program, this month. A pair of court orders last week required the program to keep running after several states sued the administration. USDA officials argued they did not have the ability to pay for SNAP after November 1st because of the government shutdown. In a court filing, the Trump administration says it will partially fund SNAP, but it's not clear how much beneficiaries will receive or how quickly funds will show up on the debit cards used to purchase groceries.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. Israel has returned the bodies of 45 Palestinians a day after militants returned the remains of 3 Israeli soldiers killed in a Hamas-led attack in 2023. Hamas still holds the remains of 8 hostages in Gaza. Wall Street, the major indexes ended the day mixed. The Dow lost 226, the Nasdaq up 109. America is listening to Fox News.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Severe from Vicks.
Sinex Severe nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Severe instantly relieves nasal congestion and works 6 times faster than nasal decongestant tablets. The 12 hours of relief allow you to get back to the moments that matter without congestion.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Try Sinex Severe from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
Ouch! The yellow light! I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We are here live on a Monday afternoon. And even though it's only 3:03, it's almost pitch black already. Ugh. On Seattle Red 770 AM, we are streaming on the Seattle Red app. We got a lot to get to. We only have 3 hours today to do it. Seattle City Council voted on emergency food bank funds because SNAP is lapsing, which weirdly makes a conservative argument that we'll get into. But first, some significant disruptions on the horizon at SeaTac Airport. But then also there's the government shutdown that will cause even more of it. That's what's trending. Brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
What's trending? Travel.
You've heard the phrase, if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around, does it make it sound? You've heard that concept. So
of course it makes a sound.
Of course, but how do you know? You didn't hear it. If a flight gets delayed or canceled at SeaTac, could you tell it's because of a government shutdown or is it just because it's SeaTac Airport? I will say, in fairness to SeaTac, one of the worst airports in the country, I've not really had many experiences of canceled flights there, delays every so often. My gripe is often not with any kind of delay or cancellation. I've been lucky, knock on wood. I've got a flight coming up in 3 weeks. The government shutdown better be over by then. Oh, there's an election tomorrow, so the government shutdown will be over by then. But in the interim, they're obviously struggling because TSA workers are not getting paid, or air traffic controllers specifically are not getting paid, to the point where perhaps they're taking some time off, a position I totally understand and would probably do exactly the same thing. Not taking advantage of it, but I might want an extra day or two off during a time in which I'm doing a high-stress job in which I'm not currently getting paid. And I think all of us can probably understand where folks are coming from.
I hope not much longer for the travelers and also for the people. You know, if you're not getting paid and you're still coming to work.
Now, that said, I care more about my flight than I do about the air traffic controllers, just so we're all on the same page. I don't want people to think I have too much of a heart.
Duncan works for free. What's the big deal?
Duncan is 11 years old, and we're all eventually going to go to jail for hiring him. So maybe we ought not to bring that up just quite yet. Harmeet Dillon's on the show tomorrow. Should we really be bringing up the fact that we've illegally employed a potential orphan 11-year-old? I don't even know where he goes home after the show, honestly. Have you seen his mother lately?
I haven't. Those kind of questions.
Right. I haven't seen his mom in 3.5 months. I'm just not asking any questions because he gets me a good cup of coffee. He knows I like Danger coffee. He brews it himself. So there are some folks who are dealing with delays at SeaTac. David and Carolyn from Bainbridge say to Como TV that they got some delays coming home from Phoenix.
So we probably had about 5 or 6 different departure times during the day.
So the flight that should have departed at 4:30 local departed at closer to 5.
Now, in fairness, were they flying United or American?
I didn't say.
Don't know. I don't know why we are just blaming the air traffic controllers. But as of Friday, the Air Traffic Control System Command Center reports 39 different facilities, both small and large, are having quote-unquote staffing triggers. And that's a report that grew from just 9 on Thursday afternoon. Now, at that point, SeaTac was not listed. This morning, I saw on Fox News, they were covering the different delays that were potential. And SeaTac is, in fact, on that list. At the end, most of us will come to terms with this and not generally get upset with the airport, at least. And I'm guessing that most of us, in the context of the air traffic controller staffing issue being the problem, we're not going to get too upset and demand I don't care how, just get us up in the air. We're probably willing to put up with a little bit of pain here because, as Carolyn pointed out to Como, we just want to be safe.
I just have to have faith that they will cancel flights if they feel as though they don't have enough air traffic controllers.
I want a little bit more than just having faith. I want to know for certain. I don't want to hope that the FAA does the right thing. I want to know for certain.
I think they probably will. Maybe not, though.
He's like, well, I got to hope that they'll do the right thing. I mean, the good news, it's the Trump administration and Sean Duffy. I actually trust Sean Duffy. But on this one, I don't want faith. I want to know for certain if you hit X amount of staffers who are out, you're going to just start canceling flights. I don't need to know the number. I just need to know that y'all know the number at the FAA. And Sean Duffy says, hey, look, we're going to do what we can. We're obviously going to keep Americans safe, travelers safe, but let's all be clear about why this is happening. It's the Democrats who have made the choice to keep the government shut down.
Well, what is leverage? Their leverage is to hurt the American people, right? They're willing to hurt air travelers, whether they're going to a funeral, they're going to see family members. Pretty soon we're going to have kids coming home from college for Thanksgiving break. They're willing to endanger poor people who can't get food stamps. They're willing to risk subsidies in regard to health insurance. They don't care who they hurt. They care about power.
They do care about power. Now, I heard the latest claim or theory that the government shutdown will end after tomorrow. Tomorrow happens to not just be the election, but it would be the longest shutdown in history. And that would be the trigger to reopen things. Kayleigh McEnany this morning, former White House spokesperson, made a really good point. Like, yeah, I've heard that too, but didn't we hear that about the No Kings rally? They were just waiting till the end of the No Kings rally and then they would reopen, and that didn't happen. So I don't know what to think. They're not getting any wins here, right? Politically speaking, I'm sure they think they are, but they're certainly in the negotiations of Obamacare subsidies, they didn't get anything. Unless something's happening behind the scenes. Now, John Thune was out today. If you don't remember, he's the majority leader, the forgotten Senate majority leader. He seems to be thinking we're on the path of reopening. He said he's optimistic that the shutdown ends this week. Why? If they don't get anything, how do they spin this on the left?
Well, to your point, they would have the talking point of like, this was the longest shutdown in American history.
And we came to the table. We realized the Republicans weren't going to listen. They weren't coming to the table. And we can't put the American people through this. That's what those evil Republicans do.
So we need you next November, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, and the thing is, they'll get, and I've said this from the beginning, they're going to get some concessions on Obamacare subsidies from the Republicans. That was always going to be the case. They're going to get something once they return to the table after reopening the government, and then they'll say the only reason they got any of this is because they closed the government. Or, because they forced the Republicans to close the government, and then they use that as an opportunity to negotiate on the behalf of the American people, blah, blah, blah. Here's Senator Andy Kim, the Democrat no one realizes is from New Jersey.
Right now, what they see with this Trump administration, look, we've been having problems and delays at Newark Airport all year. We've seen this administration continuing to cut staffing at the FAA over and over and over again. These types of things that are compiling, and we're seeing right now this administration, again, standing in the way of us being able to find bipartisan solutions to this. No. I support a Republican Senator Hawley's legislation that would fund SNAP, that would also have legislation that would put forward that would help us pay our FAA air traffic controllers and other public servants. But the problem is that the House of Representatives is not in session. They are refusing to negotiate with us and get these pieces of legislation moved forward so we can pay our public servants and keep ourselves safe.
That's so bad faith. First of all, he said Senator Hawley. Remind me, who's that dude?
Republican senator from Missouri.
So wait, it's a Republican who's introducing a bill to fund SNAP and others, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. Democrats aren't voting for that at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, they're claiming in that truly remarkably and aggressively bad faith comment, well, the House isn't in session. Did y'all vote on this piece of legislation yet? I believe the answer is no. So what do they need to be in session for right now? The government is shut down and you haven't forwarded any legislation to them. Now, I grant you that, a flight might be delayed, but they can just say, hey, y'all, tomorrow we're getting back together. Come on back from your districts. The Republicans on the House are, and he says that as if Democrats in the House are all in D.C., which they're not. Pramila Jayapal is still on vacation. First she came back home to Seattle, then she went to Chicago, then she came back to Seattle again. She was in Seattle at least yesterday. So this whole idea that, the House just isn't, we don't have anything to do. You can do that right now. You can pass this piece of legislation right this moment. They are choosing not to. But at least they're acknowledging that it's Republicans who are trying to fund SNAP, and it's not the Democrats. That is related to what else is trending?
What's trending in Seattle?
So we heard, of course, nationally first, that there's going to be some partial SNAP funds. We don't know what that looks like. We don't really know the timeline. It could potentially take months, which is the other big piece of all of this that Democrats don't want you to realize. They seem to think that you can just push a button and then all of a sudden the funding just appears. It doesn't quite work that way. As much as some folks want to pretend, there is a delay. And they also don't even have the amount of money that initially we were told it had. It went from $8 billion to $4 billion. The Trump administration said that they will put that $4 billion in using emergency funds to pay for reduced SNAP benefits, but it could take several weeks to up to several months, according to a top USDA official speaking to a federal judge earlier today. the judge in Rhode Island ordered the Trump administration to use emergency funds. I did not realize that a judge could go ahead and just do that. It's weird how judges all of a sudden have the power now to serve on an appropriations committee. But there we are. The Trump administration from the beginning, and I went back and I looked at some of the court documents. They said, look, we want to do this, but court's going to have to give us some guidance on this then, because you're asking us to do something that previously y'all said was illegal, was executive overreach. But now you're saying to do this, I guess, because Democrats want it to be done. So they're willing at least to do some of this. Meanwhile, again, Republicans 13 times now have put up a vote to reopen the government, which would fund SNAP benefits. They've done that 13 times. And Democrats were the ones who said they're not interested. We want to continue to do this while calling it the Republican shutdown. And so as a result of all of this, no matter what the timeline is on partial funds for SNAP, the reality is locally you have different government agencies stepping up or government bodies stepping up. We told you last week how certain cities and counties and the state of Washington was putting more money into local food banks. We also can tell you at the Seattle level, we now know that they're also putting a bunch of dollars into SNAP benefits for people who are impacted. Don't know exactly the number in Seattle specifically, but they do have reserves, and so they're now allocating $1 million per week to city contracted food banks, and they're going to do that until the end of the year or until the federal government restores SNAP funding. Council President Sarah Nelson spoke with Como. She's urging the community to also step up and help.
It is shocking to contemplate the experience and the harm that can be caused here with prolonged lack of access to food for families. We, as a city, need to step up and provide temporary funding to food banks right now. And the mechanics will be worked out later, but we need to step up and help our families and our residents here in Seattle.
I mean, we'll see what ends up. My guess is this ends by the end of the week. I'm going to go with the yes, it makes sense. I'll just fall for it by saying it's going to end by the end of the week. We do know that there are some at first I saw restaurants stepping up in the area offering discounts if you're on SNAP. That felt a little weird to me, at least the way that it was framed. But now we're seeing Seattle and Tacoma area restaurants offering free meals to people who are dependent on SNAP benefits. That feels much better. The whole, we'll give you 20% off a meal that was already overpriced, especially in the Seattle area. That one felt like you were taking advantage of people. But there are people who are stepping up. Murat is the co-founder of Toasted in Seattle, which actually sounds like either a bar or a pot shop, but it's a restaurant. Speaking to Como, Murat said the SNAP program is personal to him.
My family relied on SNAP benefits. If they just say, hey, can I put this order on my neighbor's tab? No questions asked, we'll provide them the meal for free. People are looking out for their neighbor when the systems that we've built around us aren't.
Good guy, right? Generous guy. I like this. You can just go in and say, I want a free meal from my neighbor?
Yeah, I was wondering, what's the, verification process?
That seems a little wrong to me. I mean, what's to stop some bad person? And unfortunately, there are bad people to go in and say, I would love to get a meal for my neighbor who's on SNAP. His name is Jackson. He's suffering in Issaquah. I know what he makes. He doesn't make anything. He's accepting SNAP. I just need something. Can I get the lobster thermidor, please? Can I get the New York strip, please?
And we'll start with the caviar.
Yes. I thought that went without saying, right? You don't have to go in yourself and show proof of SNAP benefits?
I think they're saying you say that you put it on your neighbor's tab. That's the code language you use. And then they just give it to you for free or something.
Why wouldn't you just go in and say, I'm the one who wants it? Why would you say you want to put it on your neighbor's tab? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't
You just made that up. Did you just guess?
No, that's the impression I got when I was listening to the story.
Is this illegal? I don't understand.
I think it's to reduce shame. It sounds better than saying, I can't afford it, give me a free meal.
Okay, let's just be clear about that, because I get that point, right? You're going in and you're telling them that you're on Snap, but you're doing it in code words. They still know that you're on Snap.
Mm-hmm.
And is there, I mean, I guess I understand if there's, to a degree, the same level of, embarrassment or stigma or something. Does that still exist to the same extent, you think?
Not if you see videos on TikTok.
Right? Because that indicates that people are rather proud. Like, what am I supposed to do to take care of my 9 kids from 9 different fathers? Mm-hmm. None of them are helping. Did you see that video?
No,
I saw that one over the weekend. Oof. Irving is the general manager of Radnor's Burgers and Beignets.
Beignets.
Oh, the little donuts.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, burgers and beignets. I looked at it like, wait a minute, what is that?
A fancy way of saying fried bread, basically.
It's okay. In Tacoma, doesn't want anyone to feel shame for needing a free meal.
No one should ever go hungry, especially living in the U.S.
Okay, let's relax just a little bit, okay? We dial that back a little bit. It's just called fasting. It's intermittent fasting.
Man, I don't want to announce that I'm struggling. So saying that, like, put it on my neighbor's tab, it's just like, it's an easier way for them just not to feel so ashamed.
But they know that that you're lying. I don't understand that.
Maybe it's for the other people around them, like in the restaurant.
But they're talking about it on television.
Well, not everyone's watching the news.
But everyone's listening to the show.
That's true.
I mean, come on. Have you seen our podcast numbers? They're through the roof.
Anything helps, so don't be ashamed to put $1 or $2. We had a family that came in, and you can tell the mom was very unsure of like how to do this stuff, and I kind of pulled her off to the side and be like, "There's nothing to be ashamed of."
Oh, good people, right? They're nice. I've got some mints in my office if anyone wants any. I've got little supplements, vitamins and stuff. I think I have beef jerky. Do you want some? You look hungry.
I'm good today.
Okay.
I like beef jerky, but...
No, if you don't want my beef jerky, you don't need to have my beef jerky.
What kind is it?
What do you mean, what kind? It's beef jerky. It's organic. It's grass-fed.
Oh, okay.
It's like the good stuff. I'm on this health kick. That's all I have now. Supplements and meat. Some vegetables. That's about it. I've got coffee in there.
Yeah, but I don't drink coffee.
Oh, my God.
You always act surprised when I say that. I've mentioned that several times.
I know, but no, it's not surprise. It's disappointment.
Yeah.
And disgust. How do you not drink coffee? You never said why you don't drink coffee.
I just don't like the taste of it.
Have you had good coffee?
I don't know. I mean, what
is it possible that you haven't had good coffee? Well, it's like someone saying they don't like wine, and someone will say, well, it's because you've only had $2 Chuck from Trader Joe's.
Yeah.
That's all. Have you ever had good coffee?
I don't know.
The answer is no. You know how I know the answer is no? Because you'd like coffee if you had good coffee.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, you know what it wouldn't be called? Good coffee. I'm going to bring you some danger. Well, no, I'm not going to bring it to you. Duncan will bring you some danger coffee later this week. Are you any closer to booking Dave Asprey on the show? Who's the creator of Danger Coffee?
Not yet.
It seems like a problem. Is it because you don't like coffee?
No, it's not. It's not a.
Is this?
It's not discriminatory or anything.
Are you sure? I don't know. The way you just dismiss coffee.
Because he makes a lot of other stuff other than just coffee. So
he makes supplements.
Yeah. I'm not anti-supplement.
Oh yeah, what's the last supplement you had?
I mean, does protein powder count? Or is that just kind of...
Well, he doesn't make protein powder.
But it is a supplement,
But is it good quality protein powder or some crap you got at Costco?
I think what is it called? It's called like Optimum Nutrition. I think it's like a pretty good one, I think.
You've done no research whatsoever. You just like the price.
I mean, it's all expensive. But
I know. It really is. Do we have time to do one more?
Quickly, yeah.
Okay, push the button.
What's trending? The economy.
It's my understanding that Washington State ranked in the bottom 5 amongst U.S. states for job availability and work-related stress. Those are two things you wouldn't necessarily put in the same study, but I suppose you can, right? Job availability and work-related stress. Why would you put both of those in the same study from Wallet Hub? I get it if it was job availability and work search-related stress, meaning you couldn't find a job. But no, they rank states based on their job market attractiveness. Washington ranked number 16 overall, sandwiched between New Jersey, the armpit of the country, and Wisconsin, a place they like cheese, I guess. Washington ranked 43rd in job market rank, though we did lead the nation in economic environment, which I'm presuming is because we theoretically can have some really great, economic support via the tech industry, but the tech industry is the reason why, frankly, our numbers are so low in this study. Turns out when you fire a whole bunch of people, it's not great for job availability because these are not just people who are getting fired and then being replaced. They're being completely removed from the books. They say in order to determine the best states for jobs, WildHub compared 50 states across two key dimensions, job market and economic environment. They assigned a heavier weight to the former, considering the factors in that category most heavily influence a job seeker's decision regarding relocation for employment. For available job opportunities, Washington ranked number 47, with just Illinois, California, and Nevada ranking lower. California also is going through similar circumstances as Washington. The one thing that they don't really talk about is a lot of businesses leaving California because of the untenable tax burden. And that takes a lot of jobs with it. You know what did really well? Any guesses? You're not going to guess a single one on this list for the 5 states where job opportunities remain high.
North Dakota.
Did you look at this?
No, I swear. Is that one of them?
Yes, it is. I bet, but there's no way in the world you'll get a second one.
West Virginia. New Hampshire.
How did you guess? Because I just told you off air, but you didn't understand. What was the button not working? I was trying to cheat.
Oh, I think it's because I had my mic on, so I didn't.
You idiot! You ruined the bit. It's which one did you say?
West Virginia.
Virginia. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one.
They used to be the same state.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, had you said Yugoslavia, I would give you that.
Yeah.
1-800-465-8770 for your text messages. 1-800-465-8770. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and has been averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses for 19 years. Contact Legacy Group Capital to find out why 1,300-plus local investors have invested over $350 million with them. LegacyG.com. When we come back, more nonsense from Democrats. We're at the point where I think they're actively saying, before they deliver all their talking points, we were about to gaslight you, America, and then they do it. I think they're being more honest about it. Or it's all just scripted and they're just showing us the script. We'll get into that and so much more when we return on the Jason Rantz Show.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Severe from Vicks.
Sinex Severe nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Severe instantly relieves nasal congestion and works 6 times faster than nasal decongestant tablets. The 12 hours of relief allow you to get back to the moments that matter without congestion.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Try Sinex Severe from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here for Northwest Safe and Enumclaw online at nwsafe.com. The best part about Black Friday is that it's no longer Black Friday. I don't know if you've noticed this trend. It's now Black November. You get sales all month long. And at Northwest Safe, man, they're offering you a sale. 10% off across the board. 10% off site-wide. That means even on clearance, scratched and dented safes, used safes, they're even giving you 10% off there. Now is the best time to check out their Liberty safes. They're an exclusive Liberty safe dealer. And when you go to their site at nwsafe.com, your mind, frankly, will be blown by the insane selection of top-of-the-line safes that come with white glove delivery, meaning they'll deliver it to your home, your office, your apartment, condo, whatever it is, whether it's large, small, or midsize. They treat your home with respect, and they'll bolt it to your basement floor. They'll deliver it upstairs, whatever it is. They've got you covered now with 10% off all month long. You're going to want to get in early if you want to get the best selection of safes available. nwsafe.com. Go there now. They'll even do personal video walkthroughs to show you their safes so you can get a better sense of what they're going to look like in your home. nwsafe.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Health insurance is broken, but it doesn't have to be. That's why Scan Health Plan was founded as a nonprofit, so we can create Medicare Advantage plans that focus on the real needs of seniors. We've been people first since 1977, and we're here to make Medicare work hard for you, because you deserve more than a broken system. You deserve a plan that fights for you. Visit scandifference.org to learn more. Scan Health Plan is an HMO plan with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Scan Health Plan depends on contract renewal.
Carpoolers using the SR 167 Express toll lanes now need a Flex Pass set to HOV mode to ride free. That's a change. Having Good to Go always costs less than pay by mail. That is not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
This hour of the Jason Rantz Show is brought to you by General Transmission Repair.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. Tomorrow is Election Day. There are a lot of obviously local races that we are paying close attention to, but nationally, all eyes are on Virginia and New Jersey. Beyond that, you've got at the local level in New York for mayor. So you've got two gubernatorial races, and then you've got the mayoral race in New York City. And it's a little unclear whether or not the media is picking up on campaign talking points, or if there's reason to believe that all of a sudden in New York and in particular New Jersey, reason to believe that things are tightening. We've been talking for the last week or so about Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey, the Republican candidate who is behind in all of the polls, and yet he does have a higher enthusiasm rating than his opponent. And they had a really great moment on the campaign trail earlier today. Ciattarelli was out at a tavern in New Jersey, and he was talking to folks there. It was a campaign stop. But he ended up getting interrupted by the owner of the bar, who happens to be a longtime friend and supporter. And he said, "I've got a special guest." And you know who the special guest was?
Who?
His son. Jack's son, Jake, who's an Army captain deployed to Kuwait, and he showed up. He became one of the videos that I find on Instagram and then cry through, where the dad, it's usually the dad who surprises the son. Every once in a while, it's the kid who surprises the mom back from overseas deployment unexpectedly, and then everyone cries. Then I realize, oh, Jason, you do have a heart. You're not a sociopath, or at least I convinced myself of that. In this case, it was a really great video. There's not much audio-wise that works on radio, but the video is really pretty awesome. And I do think things like that can help generate a little bit more enthusiasm. It's not going to change anyone's vote, I guess, but it could generate even more enthusiasm, because when you see stories like that, you feel pretty good. And at the same time, Mickey Sherrill, the Democrat who's running against him, she was caught kicking a puppy. And the puppy had one missing leg and a missing eye. It's a pug. You know, the one we always talk about on this show?
Mm-hmm.
Somehow it managed to get into New Jersey. I'm kidding, but she does seem like, doesn't she kind of seem like the person who would kick a puppy? Am I wrong? And if you think I'm being mean just to the Democrat because she's a Democrat, I kind of think the same of Winsome Sears, if I'm going to be totally honest. She does have that vibe. I love her, and I would vote for her in a heartbeat. But just so you know, I'm not picking on. Well, now you're going to accuse me of just picking on the women. I'm not. I think Mom Donnie would kick a dog.
I was going to say, quick say a man that would kick a puppy too.
Mom Donnie. Mitt Romney. How about that?
There you go.
Oldie but goodie.
That's perfect, because he's straight, white, male.
Exactly.
Old, yeah.
You can't give me a hard time on that one. Virginia, I'm getting the sense that there's zero chance of any kind of comeback for Winsome Sears. She did an interview this morning on Fox and Friends. I don't know. They must not like Steve Doocy, who's kind of semi-retired, but he does this one bit called Walking With, and they insert either sometimes a celebrity, usually a politician, and he goes to their neck of the woods and, does a walk around. In this case, they were doing it outside of the governor's mansion. It was the governor, but also Winsome Sears was there. And when he's not doing that, they put him out on Times Square just to ask random passersby some question of the day. No one wants to talk with him. And it's difficult already to find someone who's quality to do these interviews with, but he's doing it in New York City, where he's surrounded by crazy liberals. Why do they put him through that? It never works out. I've not seen a single episode of that in which it's been successful.
He's like, look, I'm just going to fully retire if you keep making me do this.
Yeah, just like, stop. But now he's doing with politicians, so at least the interviews are really, substantive. But Winsome Sears, man, again, I really like her. She has the personality of a doorknob. Like an old school doorknob. It gets the job done. She answers questions. The door, you can open the door and close the door. It works. But
it's a little squeaky.
It's just, it's not interesting. It's not pleasing. And that's a problem for her. It's a problem for any candidate. I know that they think that, look at who's the current governor? It's a Republican, isn't it? We can get but he was a special candidate who ran at the perfect time.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to be able to get that each time. That's unfortunately true. Believe me, I wish. And I like Glenn Youngkin to the point where I hope he runs for president someday. Maybe not the next time around, because it's going to be really stiff competition. It's Marco and JD as a ticket, right? I mean, everyone kind of accepts that.
He could run for governor of Virginia again the next time.
Yeah, technically he can wait and then run again, and he'd be great there. He's awesome, right? I love him. Winsome Sears is not anywhere close to Glenn Youngkin level. And as much as I don't like Spanberger, also because she's got a stupid name and also looks like she kicks dogs. She looks like she's got 14 cats, if I'm being honest. But she's got some personality, and she seems mean, as in I could run things mean. And I think people are attracted to that. Winsome Sears just doesn't, and I hate that because she has such a great story. Sears, right? She's just an amazing story.
Mm-hmm.
And she's inspirational. And I think she's actually really, really smart. She's not dumb as a doorknob. She has the personality of one. And that's a problem for her. So I don't know what's going to happen there other than she's definitely going to lose. I just don't know what the numbers are going to be. New Jersey, maybe it's a little tight. I'm told Cuomo is getting a lot of last-minute support. I don't know if I believe that. I think that's his campaign putting it out there because the language around it is, yeah, people realize at the last minute what's on the line. They know what's on the line if Mamdani wins. And I think that's just a ploy. There's no evidence suggesting there's any kind of excitement around Cuomo. Trump weighed in today saying you have to vote for Cuomo, not because, or last night on 60 Minutes, not because we like Andrew Cuomo, but because between Cuomo and Mamdani, it seems like a no-brainer. There's more anger. I saw Rob Schmidt from Newsmax tweet just about an hour ago. When we get a Mamdani mayor in New York tomorrow, you have one person to blame.
Mm-hmm.
Is it fair to blame him?
Kinda.
So we're talking about Curtis Sliwa. I don't know if it's totally fair to blame him.
I wouldn't put...
But he holds a lot of the blame.
Oh, yes, certainly a portion of it.
A lot, more than a portion, right? I do think you can arguably say 75% of the blame goes on him.
Mm-hmm.
If he wasn't in the race, it's not a guarantee that Cuomo would win, but it makes it a heck of a lot easier for Cuomo. The question is, do you get the sense that in Seattle, you're getting a similar kind of last minute, oh my God, it can't be progressive socialist Katie Wilson. She doesn't have a resume of note. Your resume is more impressive than hers. Ooh, can we do? I don't get the sense that people are feeling that. And weirdly, I don't get a sense of excitement in either direction in Seattle. No one's really talking about it. Like the average person I'm not overhearing people talk about this. And normally I would overhear stuff. I heard a lot of people over the weekend, including one of my neighbors, talk about how they got cut from Amazon or they got their notice. I hear that a lot. I'm not hearing anyone talk about Katie Wilson or Bruce Harrell. And that's bad news for Bruce Harrell.
Mm-hmm.
It's good news for Katie Wilson. We still haven't gotten the updated numbers from the Secretary of State on data from the weekend election turnout. But on Friday, it was 15% turnout in King County. You can't get it by Seattle standard. It's just got to be by the county at this point. 15%. I think statewide, it's just barely over that. So this is a low turnout election. And at least I only looked at King County from 2021, the last comparable election, and we're trending lower than that. That's not good. There's no last minute surge, at least not yet, that we're seeing. Tomorrow night, and we'll start our coverage obviously at 3. We're not going to know realistically winners locally until Wednesday, with one exception or two exceptions, I suppose. If Bruce Harrell tomorrow night is up by 2 percentage points, he loses the election. If Katie Wilson is up by 1 vote or 2 votes, she wins the election. Day of voting, weirdly enough, presidential elections nationally, you get conservatives vote day of. Mm-hmm. Always. Pretty consistent. Locally, hardcore progressives vote the day of. That's why we've seen in cases like Shama Sawan, a socialist Seattle City Council member, former, she would be down by like 8 points on election night. And then every day for the next few days, she ends up bringing in more and more votes, and then she ends up winning. I know some people, well, that's cheating. No, it's not cheating. They vote the last day. They vote the last day. The only thing that could get in the way of Katie Wilson in that regard is if the people who vote the last day put it in the mail and it doesn't actually get postmarked correctly. That could actually harm her. But my memory serves, she gets people going to the ballot box and dropping it off day of. That's how it normally happens, at least in Seattle. Generally, we see that across Washington state. So the way we can get a general sense of where the election is going locally, and not just in Seattle, but Washington, is you see what the turnout is, number one. And if the moderate is running against a progressive, if the moderate is up by just a few percentage points, that's not good. They have to have a blowout day one. They have to be up by 6, 7, 8, 10 points.
Some cushion.
You need a lot. And even 8 to 10 points, at least in Seattle, that's not necessarily enough. So we'll keep an eye on that. I am not excited at all because I know what's going to happen, and I'm a voter and taxpayer in Seattle. So I'm screwed. I guess it's time to move to Bellevue. I mean, they'll be fine. Jaron Newenhouse for the win. 1-800-465-8770 for your texts. The average used vehicle financing rate right now is just under 12%, which is insane. The Sunset Auto family is offering what might be the best used vehicle financing deal out there, less than half the average rate, with no payments for 90 days on all qualifying vehicles 2015 and newer. Because you just get more at Sunset. And people do like that. When we come back, we'll play some of the really lazy talking points from Democrats on the shutdown and so much more right here on Seattle Red.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. It's dark right this moment. It's like 3:45. It might as well be midnight. You get some rain, and unfortunately, when you're out on the roads, it gets a little bit dangerous. You can be one of the unlucky ones. You get into a car accident. If that happens, you need to protect yourself with Herald Car Law offices. Carlaw.com. Car is spelled with two R's. C-A-R-R. Protect yourself. You call Car Law immediately after an accident because they're going to save you valuable time and money, providing you a checklist of what's most important. Of course, at the top of the list, health and recovery. But they also deal with the insurance company for you. Dealing with insurance companies, that's the last thing you want to be doing on your own. Carlaw.com, C-A-R-R, carlaw.com. If you, a friend, a family member gets injured in a car accident, call the Herald Car Law offices right away because that phone call is going to save you time, money, and a whole lot of stress. Carlaw.com. C-A-R-R. Carlaw.com.
At Care Partners Senior Living, we believe in providing quality care at an affordable price. Instead of spending on luxury and expensive art, we invest in our people and accommodations with a focus on compassionate overall health. Our communities offer independent, assisted living, and memory care designed to preserve dignity, independence, in your estate. Affordable, personal, trusted. That's our promise. Please give us a call. We have beautiful Care Partners communities throughout Washington and Arizona. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Staples presents an easy holiday.
My holiday list was a mile long.
Fa la 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 boo hoo hoo.
Staples made it easy with big savings on tech gifts.
I'm listening.
And I saved big on custom holiday cards, too. Plus, Staples has UPS shipping in store.
Holy flying reindeer. Shop Staples today for 40% off custom cards, invites, wrapping paper, labels, stamps, and photo gifts.
That was easy.
In-store and online expires 11/15. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Think getting older means falling apart? Well, think again. Discover your real options with Leading Edge Medicine every Saturday morning from 8 to 10. Join Dr. Jerry Mixon and my doctor, Dr. Samira Umat, live on Seattle Red as they answer your health questions and share cutting-edge strategies to help you take control of your aging journey. Don't settle for just getting older. Choose how you age with Leading Edge Medicine. Tune into Seattle Red on 770, Saturday mornings from 8 to 10.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Hakeem Jeffries is still out there trying to spin the government shutdown that Democrats are in fact responsible for. And part of me always wants to say, look, if Republicans were responsible for the shutdown, Republicans would own it. They have not previously shied away from shutting down the government for cost-saving measures, to cut down on the bureaucracy, to give us a little bit more freedoms by taking government out of our lives. They've not shied away from that.
Ted Cruz filibustered Obamacare by reading Green Eggs and Ham.
Yes. And that book is 3 pages long. And he read it for 14 hours. So it seems, again, pretty clear that Republicans would own this if they were responsible. But shockingly, they're not the ones who wanted to shut down the government this time. It was 100% on the Democrats. And yet, here's Hakeem Jeffries.
All Republicans care about is the opinion of one man, the puppet master of the Republican Party, Donald J. Trump.
He says this as if the president didn't just win in a landslide in this last election, right? He's using the same line of attack from when Trump was unpopular and not seen as someone who could defeat any Democrat. There was a time in which everyone said on the left, oh, I'm dying to run against Trump. There's zero chance that he could ever win. Zero chance. My gosh, I would kill to run against him. It's not the case anymore. And yet they haven't changed their talking points, right? The talking point that they were using the first term, right, of autocrat, he's a king, he thinks he's a king. They're still using that. How do they not change their talking points at all? Like not even a little bit.
They don't care about anything else. How else can you explain the fact that they are weaponizing hunger? How else can one explain?
Remind me, who's the senator who introduced a bill to fund SNAP fully?
Josh Hawley.
Okay. Republican?
Yeah.
Okay. You sure he hasn't switched? Because he's kind of
No, he's Republican.
Okay.
The fact that they refuse to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, and they're hurting their own constituents. The 5 states most impacted by the failure to extend the Affordable Care Act are all led by Republicans.
So, okay. Your argument is that the Republicans are intentionally hurting Republican voters. That's your argument. If that were the case, then why wouldn't you just let them do it and then have all of those people get booted from office in the next election? Because you guys don't care on the left about what you refer to derisively as flyover country. You don't care about red states. There are 2 red states that you kind of sometimes care about only because you think you can flip them, Texas and Florida. And you definitely cannot flip either of them. And so you kind of just give it up. How many Beto O'Rourke's are there? Seriously. I mean, how many Charlie Crists and what's her name? Cal Deming?
Val.
Val Demings?
Nikki Fried was one.
Like
destroyed.
And everyone, they sometimes look at like Kentucky. They're like, ooh, let's get Amy McGrath. And then in Georgia, ooh, let's get Stacey Abrams. Like, it's not, you don't care. So what are you pretending for? And that's all he's doing here is pretending. Meanwhile, you got Donald Trump, who did an interview with 60 Minutes last night, and he spoke with Norah O'Donnell and says, it seems pretty obvious who's to blame for all of this.
We are now approaching the longest shutdown in American history.
Democrats' fault.
He just jumped right in.
Let me stop you right there.
Democrats' fault. God, he's so good at these interviews.
Your presidency, we're talking about more than 1 million federal workers who are not getting a paycheck, including our air traffic controllers.
Can you just get to the question? Like, all of these facts that you're establishing are already well known.
See, there's traffic snarls out at the airports now. Sure. This weekend, food aid for more than 42 million Americans is set to expire. What are you doing as president to end the shutdown?
All we're doing is we keep voting. I mean, the Republicans are voting almost unanimously to end it, and the Democrats keep voting against ending it. They've never had this. This has happened like 18 times before. The Democrats always voted for an extension, always saying, give us an extension, we'll work it out. They've lost their way. They become crazed lunatics. And all they have to do, Nora, is say, let's vote.
So after this interview, Chuck Schumer's staff went on X and posted on his behalf. No F or S bombs dropped this time. So it might have been like a 31-year-old staff member who said, maybe I should file a complaint with the FCC against the Trump White House for editing his unhinged 60 Minutes interview. It'll use the exact same language Trump lodged against Vice President Harris. So number one, did you hear anything that was unhinged in that?
No.
Okay. So presumably he's saying they edited out the unhinged part, because 60 Minutes is well known for being remarkably pro
CBS
Trump.
generally, yeah.
Yeah. Well, under Barry Weiss, things will change
hopefully,
a little bit.
yeah.
But the problem, of course, with this stupid and, again, bad faith tweet, number one, has there even been a Democrat who claimed that this was edited to help Donald Trump? No. Number two, the Trump team published the entire interview video. The entirety of it. You know what didn't happen with Kamala Harris? They did not release the entire video. And we only learned about the disingenuous edit that was meant to help her by accident, basically. And then they eventually put out a transcript. So the two issues are not comparable in the least. Like, not even in the least, which is why people are jumping on it. I know 22,000 people liked that tweet. What are the chances that 21,912 of them were bots?
I would say almost certainly.
Right? There's no way 22,000 people truly even follow Chuck Schumer. Right? There's not that many journalists out there. I follow him because I like to dunk on his stupid tweets.
They might quote unquote follow him, but they're not looking at his tweets. Actually, they scroll right past it.
Every time he tweets, and I mean every time, someone will post a photo of him at the grill, the barbecue, where he had frozen meat on it, and the barbecue wasn't even on, and just cheese on top of the frozen, looking with a smile as if he actually didn't stage this really, really bad photo. Oh my. This is what happens when your entire staff are vegan 22-year-olds. They have no idea what's going on
Living
here.
in apartments, yeah.
Right. They have no idea. What is this thing? This is a grill? Is this Bear Grylls? Is this Bear's Grill? No, it's a grill. This makes me sad. Speaking of unhinged and senile, Chuck Schumer, man. Happened to him. Barely stand up straight. But that's the scoliosis. 1-800-465-8770 if you want to send me a text. 1-800-465-8770. We still got a lot to come, including we'll talk with Jeff Lyon, who's spending $250,000 of his own dollars to win a race in Woodinville. He'll explain when we return, right here on Seattle Red.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Selling hundreds of homes for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything. Picture amazing photography, designer staging, and maximum exposure. With my luxurious marketing, you'll sell fast at top dollar and save thousands in fees for just 1% listing commission. To learn more, visit upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. Upgraderealty.com.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Health insurance is broken, but it doesn't have to be. That's why Scan Health Plan was founded as a nonprofit, so we can create Medicare Advantage plans that focus on the real needs of seniors. We've been people first since 1977, and we're here to make Medicare work hard for you, because you deserve more than a broken system. You deserve a plan that fights for you. Visit scandifference.org to learn more. Scan Health Plan is an HMO plan with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Scan Health Plan depends on contract renewal.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
Still no movement in the Senate. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Democratic leader Chuck Schumer blaming President Trump for the government shutdown, which is now in day 34, saying American families are hurting.
Which grocery store does he shop in? Probably none. But when Donald Trump celebrates that grocery prices are going down, it's a surprise to people who actually shop at grocery stores.
This afternoon, Majority Leader John Thune appealed to Democrats on the floor of the Senate.
It just reopens the government. And it's just 5 Democrat votes away from being sent to the president, who would sign it literally in a matter of hours.
Another test vote on a short-term spending bill is expected tomorrow. President Trump continues to threaten Nigeria after reports that Christians are being targeted by Islamic terror groups, including Boko Haram.
Nigeria's president denying that portrayal as President Trump stays open to sending in U.S. troops.
Fox's Aisha Hasni at the White House. Election day is tomorrow in New Jersey, set to elect a new governor, with current governor, Democrat Phil Murphy, term limited. The latest Fox News poll has Democrat Mikey Sherrill leading Republican Jack Ciattarelli by more than 10 percentage points. He got a surprise boost from one of his sons who returned home after serving in Kuwait.
It was quite the moment for Ciattarelli, who's going to need big election day turnout tomorrow to counter Democrats who've cast more than 260,000 more early votes than Republicans. Democratic Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill campaigned in her home district today as she continues to make this governor's race a referendum on President Trump.
Fox's Brian Yennis. Virginia is also electing a governor. New York City electing a mayor tomorrow, where Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani faces former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who's running as an independent, and Republican Curtis Sliwa. America is listening to Fox News.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Severe from Vicks.
Sinex Severe nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Severe instantly relieves nasal congestion and works 6 times faster than nasal decongestant tablets. The 12 hours of relief allow you to get back to the moments that matter without congestion.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Try Sinex Severe from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
Folks! The yellow light! I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We're here live on Seattle Red, 770 a.m., streaming live on the Seattle Red app and seattlered.com. We're going to talk with Jeff Wyan in about 10 minutes or so. He is a crypto tech executive out in Woodinville who's actually running for city council. Now, normally, Woodinville City Council, we don't pay that much attention to. No offense. Just generally don't. Except this guy put $250,000 of his own money in a race that generates maybe 10,000 votes. He'll explain why. And he'll respond to some of the criticisms. He's trying to buy an election. But first, state leaders are looking at unarmed crisis response teams in lieu of policing. That's what's trending, brought to you by the Sunset Auto family.
What's trending? Safety first.
Como has a story out about a work session that just happened in Olympia, where lawmakers heard about the crisis response systems from agencies around the state, and in particular here in Seattle with the Seattle Police Department. They have something called the CARE team. CARE is a co-equal public safety agency within the Seattle city government that works alongside SPD and Seattle Fire. They are unarmed. They are usually clinicians who are going out there to respond to calls where appropriate. It's almost always dealing with homeless people, though not exclusively. And their work is intended in a way to either supplement policing when police aren't necessarily needed or don't have the expertise to handle someone who's in crisis, or they can do work in place of police officers where police are deemed not necessary at all, that this isn't really a crime issue. It's just someone who's going through some sort of mental health crisis or, the reaction of a drug addict, and it's not something for police to get involved with. And they've had some success, there's no doubt. I think in large part, not because of the system itself, but because of the person who runs it, Dr. Amy Barden. She's a good person. She's been on the show before. I've done a ride-along with CARE in the early days, and I'll be honest, it wasn't very effective when I was there early on, but it has gotten a lot better. And she believes, as she told this committee, that they can help get in the way of the drug crisis.
I want to correct the myth that we don't know what's working in this country. That is not correct. And there is consensus that you need CAD RMS integrated teams all around the country by the 911 data. What that means is that, again, there was just a great case made by my colleagues in Mason County. It means if Health One in Seattle goes out and there's a reverse overdose, they need to have fingertip ready a line of sight into how this person is already moving through the system. Do they have a lead case manager, for example? Have they been arrested multiple times? And so when we have those integrated records, we can start to better recommend how do we interrupt these patterns. And again, is it working?
Now, again, we're not going to get too in the weeds in all of this because it was a long hearing and it's boring, I'll be honest. But I'm being honest. What do you want? It's not exciting stuff. But when you empower these kinds of groups to go to the right calls, but you give them the power to actually interact and push people into services, it works. What doesn't work, and Amy Barden would be the first one to tell you this, I think. What doesn't work is when you offer no consequences whatsoever to the behaviors that are leading people to stay addicted on the streets of whatever community that they're in. That if you don't empower these organizations, not just to go out and respond to some of these calls, but to essentially, for lack of a better term, hassle people into care, hassle people to get off the streets, you can put as much money and staffing into this as you want. It's not going to work. We know that as a matter of fact. We know that as a matter of fact. And the problem, I think, is that there are some who like this idea in theory, don't really have the data to back up any of their positions, but they want to remove police so badly that they rush into this kind of system. And we saw this during the defund movement, right? That they would say, we got to have unarmed people because, a cop with a gun, that's the actual problem. We need more unarmed people who are clinicians and social workers. And they just like the idea. And so they push it regardless of what the data suggests. I don't think any agency yet has enough data to suggest that what they're doing is absolutely 100% the right move in all cases, works all the time, has huge benefit. I don't think the data exists yet. we might be getting close to data that exists, but there's always a caveat. There's always an asterisk where it's very specific in how this works. Because the reality is, when you call 911, it's usually because there is not just an emergency, but one that someone's life is on the line or potentially on the line or could be on if you were to interact with the person. Like when you're calling 911 on someone who's having a mental health breakdown, you understand, I think, implicitly that the person is a threat to themselves or to someone else. And you can send care team members or anyone else down there all you want, but if someone's a threat to someone else, you just sent over potential victims who are not trained and are unarmed in these cases. And that's something that people just have to better understand on the left. Folks on the right, I think some will automatically dismiss this idea because it's not police officers doing the work. And I'm not in that camp. I think that there can be, in limited circumstances, a role for organizations like CARE. But there are some on the left who just immediately jump on board. Oh, this is a great idea. This is a great idea. Without actually understanding what's at risk, or at least not caring about as much with what's at risk. Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending? Let's get political.
After this last legislative session where Bob Ferguson vowed that he wasn't going to raise taxes and then he raised taxes to a historic level, he's now saying he's skeptical about raising taxes in this upcoming legislative session. And he's saying this, of course, just the day before we have two special elections in which, if the Republicans were to win, we would take away the supermajority from the Democrats, who have said they are going to raise taxes. We've now heard from both the House side and the Senate side. Democrats say they're going to raise taxes again. You have June Robinson on the Senate side and Mia Gregerson on the House side, both within the last month and a half. Last week was Gregerson. Robinson was, 6 weeks ago or so, both saying that they're going to entertain raising taxes. And so they shouldn't have said that, right? Politically, I imagine that there were some Democrats like, shh, why would you say that right now? Yes, it's true, but we traditionally lie. All of a sudden, you're uncomfortable with lying to the American people, to the Washingtonians. And so I guess you've got Bob Ferguson out there doing a little bit of cleanup. He spoke with the Washington Standard saying, we did raise billions of dollars in revenue earlier this year, and I'm skeptical of additional revenue at this time. Wasn't he skeptical of taxes at all last session? Didn't he say he was not going to do what he not only ended up doing, but did it in historic fashion? Why would anyone trust what Bob Ferguson has to say on this? I mean, these are two governors in a row who flat out campaigned and said, we're not going to raise taxes, and then immediately rose taxes. They immediately decided, I'm going to raise taxes. Seriously, why would anyone trust Bob Ferguson on this? Of all the people to not trust, it would be Bob Ferguson. Why would you not trust the Democrats who say they're going to raise taxes? What are we going to get out of Bob Ferguson? Some press release and some press conference in which he says in the middle of the legislative session, which is already going to be a shortened one this year, oh, no, I just don't see the need. And then a month later say, okay, I signed it. I reluctantly signed it. If you want to put his skepticism into a place of authority, take the power away from him by taking the power away from Democrats. You have two races right now that are incredibly important, state Senate races. Now, there's some other races that are like we support, for example, Kevin Schilling, who's 33, I think his district is. He's running on the House side. He's a Democrat running against a progressive. And Schilling says, I'm not going to raise taxes. I believe him. But you've got two races on the Senate side that either one of them takes away the supermajority from the Democrats in Olympia, which guarantees that they cannot pass crazy high taxes or any taxes. It guarantees that. Michelle Caldier in the 26th and Chad Mangandas in the 5th. Those are the most important statewide races right now when it relates to taxes. If you're not doing everything in your power to getting them elected, you are failing your own community because you're going to be hit with this. It doesn't matter that you live in Burien or Mukilteo. Do you know anyone who lives in Issaquah? Do you know anyone who lives in Bremerton or Port Orchard? Do you know someone who knows someone who knows someone who lives in, Maple Valley, wherever? The answer is probably yes. And if you're not doing everything you can to make sure that Chad Moggindons and Michelle Caldier are elected. You are failing everyone, including yourself. That's the truth. And they're scared. Certainly they're scared of Michelle Caldier. If you missed the show on Friday, go back to the podcast and listen to my interview. We've got a story up right now at seattlered.com. Understand that the same PAC on the left sent mailers attacking Caldier, one calling her Ultra MAGA and the other one calling her a rhino. They sent those flyers to the same voters. So voters in, say, Gig Harbor got two mailers that said Ultra MAGA and the other one said rhino. Well, you can't be both. I've never heard of an Ultra MAGA Republican in name only. What makes you MAGA then? Doesn't make any sense. And I'm guessing that was a mistake by, I think it's Blue Wave Politics is the organization behind the PAC. They're doing that because it's close. Every vote matters. Oh, God, especially in Legislative District 26. Every vote really matters. So make sure you're voting. Speaking of which, let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending on the campaign trail?
Woodinville's city council race has exploded into one of the most expensive small-town elections in the state's history. A tech executive by the name of Jeff Lyon has poured a staggering $250,000, his own money, into this contest in a city that has fewer than 10,000 voters. It has sparked some debate by folks, mostly on the left, over the power of money in local elections. Generally, when people complain about the money being spent, it's because they don't agree with the person doing the spending. When they agree, they'll happily take all that money. Joining me on the line is Jeff Lyon. Welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you so much.
So for folks unfamiliar, what's the elevator pitch on who you are as a candidate?
Yeah, Jason, if I would have thought back, say 7 years ago when I moved to Woodinville, I never would have imagined myself in this position. I never would have thought of spending a dime on politics, never would have thought about being on city council. I just had other ambitions, and I was just apolitical. I didn't really think it was that necessary. The reason I moved to Woodinville was because I wanted to move into a suburb, one that kind of had a rural feel to it. And part of this conversation, it's important to know the city's motto is city living country style. Mm-hmm. And so that's kind of the vibe you get when you move to Woodinville. And all of that has been changing. If you go back to the 2017 election and you read all of the candidate profiles, none of them had political party affiliations. They're just like, hey, this is who I am as a person. I'm running to support my community. All of that started changing in 2021. So I often joke, while we were, hoarding toilet paper and worried about the pandemic and other things, the Democratic Party was taking over our elections. As you're probably well aware, the Democratic Party spends over $300 million a year to get themselves elected presidential, Senate, Congress, et cetera, including local elections. So it's a little bit hypocritical for me to spend, $250,000 and for them to say that I'm spending too much or buying the election.
Yeah, it always seems to be that way, right? I mean, normally, not always, but normally the people who complain about big dollars or dark money, things like that, they only complain when it's not being funneled to their candidates. And I take a pretty different approach. You can spend as much money as you want as long as you're doing it legally. That's how the system is. You may not like it. I don't necessarily like the way people spend money, but it's not on me to tell them how they want to spend their own dollars. To me, someone who's self-funding in this way is one of the least objectionable moves that a would-be politician could make.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. So to get to brass tacks, and the reason that I'm running is because I don't like the fact that the political parties have bought our election. I started to notice a lot of just rapid growth in our city around the time that the Garden District project fell through. And for those who are unfamiliar, this is Molbach's Home and Garden. Mm-hmm. This is a major company in Woodinville that went out of business a couple of years ago. And it's all because of their relationship with the developer, with a company called Green Partners, which is part of the Gates Foundation. So I just started digging deeper of what's going on in the politics in Woodinville. Maybe I can make my voice heard, speak out against some of this. And what I found was there was a 5-2 majority in council who just didn't want to hear what I had to say. And then I looked across other people who were objecting, and they didn't want to hear what those folks had to say either. And then I just became more and more aware that this is a partisan election, or these are now partisan elections. So I jumped in to say, let's actually have independent candidates on our city council again.
Well, a big piece of this is responsible growth in Woodinville, and you say you want to preserve Woodinville's character, you want to hold the developers accountable. So What does responsible growth look like in practical terms?
So one thing to know about Washington is there's something called the Growth Management Act. And in an oversimplification of GMA, or Growth Management Act, is that it requires you to grow. It forces the growth. Really what the Growth Management Act says is that growth has to be planned, and it has to keep a lot of things in balance, like concurrency. You have infrastructure, like protecting natural resources, and so on and so forth. There's about 7 or 8 different goals, and it's really about keeping those things in balance. Above all else, no matter how we decide to grow, whether it's fast or slow as a community, that's a decision our community needs to make with community feedback. It should not be decided by political parties, and it should not be decided by developers. Some might argue that a lot of this is conjecture on my part of the developers or political parties really haven't bought our elections. But if you look back 3 weeks ago, literally just 3 weeks ago, a new political action committee was formed called Livable Woodinville, a single election committee for the sole purpose of attacking me and another candidate, Rachel Beth Campbell. And if you look at who's funding this committee, it's literally every developer in Woodinville. Not in Woodinville, they don't live in Woodinville, but they're companies who are investing in Woodinville. They collectively control 56% of downtown, up just below $1 billion in real estate, including the Somme and Harvest projects and Chateau Saint Michel.
Interesting. Yeah, and if anyone goes to the Public Disclosure Commission, they can look up the contributors to this particular. Just looking at it, Cascade Asset Management is listed as one of the employers. Simpson Hawley Properties. So again, not saying they're doing anything wrong here. It is just kind of interesting that they're the ones who are pushing back. But they could argue, and I think that this is a valid point, hey, we want to make sure that because we're developers, we're not being demonized. Developers have been demonized in the past, not necessarily in Woodinville, but in elections. They're greedy, they're destroying our communities, while at the same time we're being told by pretty much everyone we need more housing. So is it fair for them to defend themselves?
Yeah, it's absolutely fair. I have I sponsor a political action committee in addition to my campaign. It's totally fair for them to have a political action committee as well. I think it's just a proof point that the people who want to defend the current incumbent majority are the developers who don't live in Woodinville. And as long as people are making those decisions and understanding that with the eyes wide open, there's no problems there. But when folks want to demonize me and say, hey, I spent $250,000 of my own money, I'm the guy buying the election. No, I think it's this other group who's buying the election to defend their financial interests in the city.
Yeah, again, I agree with you. It's so completely ridiculous. And again, you're spending your own money, so it just does not seem objectionable to me at all. What has the money gone to? $250,000 in Woodinville for a Woodinville City Council election does seem like a lot.
Yeah, I think it is a lot for Woodinville. Historically, and my opposition will make the same argument. Historically, it's been up to $7,000 that people have spent. But if you look at that, it's up to $7,000 where nobody else is sponsored by anybody. Mm-hmm. They're not sponsored by a political party. They don't have political party endorsements. This is the cost of running a grassroots campaign, but we're no longer in a grassroots campaign. We have people who are endorsed by Democratic Party organizations, endorsed by PACs. The paradigm has completely shifted here. But what I've spent on, and I don't have the numbers directly in front of me, but for the PAC in particular, 39% of the $170,000 or so that the PAC has spent has gone to supporting candidates. The remainder of that has been get out the vote. There's a lot of signs around town that just say, help us get to 55%. That 55% would be an all-time record for Woodinville. So that's kind of part of the PAC's mission, is getting better voter turnout. My own campaign, and again, numbers not in front of me, I think it's something like $70,000 I've spent on my own campaign, which again is a lot for Woodinville, but it's not a lot for local politics in Washington. I think my campaign is something like 49th place out of all of the local elections in Washington.
So what are the general expectations on turnout? It seems, at least as of today, the local numbers for the county at least are really low.
They are, and that's really surprising. You would think no matter where you stand on these issues, whether you're for what I'm doing or against what I'm doing, or you're for developers or against them, and it's not just Woodinville, right? There's a lot of cities in King County who are having these issues and having these concerns. You would think that it would spur a ton of turnout. I do expect to see a lot of turnout, last minute, a lot of that happening tomorrow. So I hope that comes through. I really hope we get to 55%. No matter where this election falls, the most important thing is that the majority have been heard.
Yeah. Now, finally, you're going up against a progressive incumbent. So naturally, you've been targeted as a MAGA Republican. I saw in the Progressive Voters Guide saying that you have a conservative agenda and that you're aligned with some local MAGA campaigner. So what is your response to all of that? I know it's the traditional sort of talking point, but that can work to get more moderate voters or Democrat voters to not even consider you.
Yeah, I think it's complete nonsense. One thing that's a challenge for my opposition is they're the incumbents, right? So they're running on their records, for better or worse. I don't really have a record. I've never been in politics. They don't have a lot they can point to. And so I think what they're doing is they're just looking at me like, well, he's not a Democrat. Shoot, you know what? He must be MAGA. We're going to go, we're going to use that. That's going to be our selling point is this guy's MAGA and like, don't vote for him because he's MAGA, right? I see myself as a moderate. If you were to kind of break down where I stand on various issues, probably slightly left of center on social issues, probably right of center on fiscal issues. But I'm absolutely, not aligned to MAGA. But they'll point to a bunch of things about like, oh, he's in tech, he's in crypto, he owns a cyber truck, all this kind of thing, right? As evidence that I'm somehow MAGA, but I just think that's all completely ridiculous.
Well, you're former law enforcement, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, I think that's all they need. If you came from like some nonprofit or as a social worker, they probably wouldn't have bat an eye on much of this. So Jeff Lyon is hoping for your vote. If you still have that ballot in hand, make sure if you're in Woodinville, you're supporting Jeff Lyon. His website is lyon.vote, lyon.vote. Get that ballot in. I would turn it into a drop box today or go directly to one of the election offices, just given the day and time. Jeff, good luck. We really appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. Appreciate it.
Again, that is Jeff Lyon. You're listening to the Jason Rantz Show. Remember when everything was locked down and then finally everything reopened, you jumped back into that car and went about your life, but you probably missed regular maintenance, and skipping those services might have wrecked your vehicle's warranty. So the Sunset Auto family is offering free warranty health checks. If your coverage is shaky, they can get you out of that car or truck and into something better with warranty protection for life. SunsetAutoFamily.com. When we come back, we'll dive into the big local. This hour brought to you by the Northwest Safe Company, nwsafe.com.
Time for today's edition of Growing Your Wealth, presented by Madrona Financial. Here's Brian Evans.
When I do retirement planning, and we do retirement plans for people here at Madrona Financial, cash flow is really one of the main things. There's really 5 components of any investment. I would love to have an investment that has really high growth potential, is liquid, is safe, offers cash flow for life, and is tax-free. Now, when we're in our 30s, 40s, 50s, we kind of want growth. We want to max out growth, and I would recommend that you do that. You're not as concerned about safety because you have time on your side. You definitely want some tax-smart investment strategies. Maybe or maybe not you're concerned about liquidity, but cash flow is probably down the list because you have a job. Well, in retirement, things change. In retirement, you're not as concerned about growth. As I always say, I've never seen a hearse pulling a U-Haul. Growth isn't primary, generally. Cash flow is, because you need money to live on and you're not working anymore. Safety, security is, because you can't go back to work or don't want to. Taxation is a big deal because it's such a big expense. So there are different kinds of cash flow alternatives using annuities or fixed index universal life policies. So the insurance industry has offered things that can help us get some level of security and cash flow in retirement. And with the fixed index universal life, you can also have tax-free attributes to this. Not as liquid, they don't grow as much, but these other attributes, which are more important in retirement, certainly can be addressed.
And that was Growing Your Wealth with Brian Evans, Madrona Financial, investments, retirement, taxes, and legacy. MadronaFinancial.com.
Even the mightiest of trees can be blown over if they don't have strong enough roots. The same is true with your investment plan. Can your plan withstand a financial storm? Go to MadronaFinancial.com and click on the Get Started button to request your Rooted Wealth Analysis. You can also click on the chat button and ask us anything. We have a searchable library with answers to your questions. Visit MadronaFinancial.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Man, storm season kicked off with a bang. An estimated 300,000 Western Washington residents lost power during a windstorm that registered wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. But for some, it wasn't even that big of a storm. It almost felt normal, and yet they were without power. That's the problem. If you're one of those people who have a generator, your power was restored almost instantly, and you rode out that storm safely and comfortably. If you didn't, you most likely dealt with a major interruption to daily life and, at worst, a medical emergency. That's where the Generator Supercenter of Puget Sound comes in. They want to help you be prepared for the next power outage. Storms, strong winds, icy weather can hit at any time, but you can be ready with backup power that you can trust. Less stress, more focused, steady power. Generator Supercenter of Puget Sound is dedicated to helping keep families safe, comfortable, and prepared with reliable home standby power. Their number is 360-850-0000, or you can just stop by their showroom in Linwood and check out their selection of Generac generators and see which one is right for your home. Generator Supercenter of PugetSound.com. Check them out. Generator Supercenter of PugetSound.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Veterans Day is a moment where we express gratitude towards the folks who have served on our behalf, our veterans. And Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates veterans of all branches and their families on Veterans Day and every day of the year. They serve over 2 million veterans, and as a veteran, you can become a member and access exclusive rates, discounts, and financial tools for the whole family. Become a member at NavyFederal.org/veterans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
You're halfway through a DIY car fix and boom, you're missing a part. It's okay because whatever it is, it's on eBay and it's guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love.
Sammamish, Kent, Olympia, Everett.
This is the Big Local on the Jason Rantz Show.
Centralia, Lakewood.
Stories about you, not about Seattle.
Hey, look at that, 4:30 on a weekday afternoon. That means it's time for the Big Local, brought to you by The Dana Show, hosted by Dana Lash, weekdays from 9 to noon right here on Seattle Red, 770 AM. This is the part of the show where we completely ignore stories coming out of Seattle and instead focus all of our attention on the communities you live in and care about most. We start in Gig Harbor because their police department has a new drone that can be used for all sorts of things, according to the Tacoma News Tribune. Everything from locating overturned kayakers, although it feels like you might be a little too late by the time you get the drone up there and they're overturned. I mean, are they stuck in the kayak? They're dead. They're dead already. This is a weird thing to use as an example, is all I'm saying. But they say to find missing people. I don't know. I think you're going a little overboard with that one. This one, track suspects. That part it can definitely do. And identify traffic bottlenecks during large events. And their police chief, Trey Federici, said something that I feel might actually rub people the wrong way, or at least alarm people, even though I get what Trey is saying. I would really say that the possibilities are limitless. I don't know if we want any law enforcement agency to say the technology that they have is now limitless. Right? So I'm the last one to say immediately, oh, the overzealous nature of law enforcement becoming Big Brother. They're going to track our every move. Like, I am not in that camp at all. Let's maybe not use language like the possibilities for our drones are limitless, especially because even if someone doesn't take it the wrong way, and obviously the chief did not mean it in any kind of abusive way of how they're going to use the technology. But let's also just not oversell the technology. The whole idea, like, to find missing people. Okay, you're overselling drone technology a little bit, unless you're also going to put on it some AI technology to scan the faces of everybody and then look at a database of missing people. You're overselling it a bit. However, there is reason to be a little bit excited about drone technology and the promise. It's got the opportunity to make life a lot easier and safer for police officers, and that's obviously a benefit. The idea that you can track down, you can chase a suspect, quote unquote, chase via drone, that is a good use of the technology. It is a safer way. You just need to figure out how to put little tiny missiles on them so that they can fire them at the bad guys.
Well, it's called a Predator drone, right?
Yeah, right. But we don't have them in Gig Harbor. You might have them in Port Orchard, I think. No, never mind. Redmond, do they have them there? That's all you need to do. Maybe can you get a little stun gun on it? Right? And just, that has to be next. Am I right?
Or even just like some Febreze.
Spray him in the face.
I was going to say...
La, 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 la. Why Febreze?
Just, whenever it's a little smelly.
It's toxic and gross?
No, just like, if like, say like in Seattle when there's an area that smells, reeks of pot. Just send a drone in and...
So, first of all, what segment is this?
Well, okay, yeah, that was right. That was a bad example.
And you have one clear city with a certain aroma that could probably benefit.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fine, Tacoma.
You could have used that, but you chose to go with the city we don't talk about during this segment. The department began getting parts for their drone in early June. The drone itself cost $10,910, with some accompanying software that had a minimal cost. Discussions about getting a police department drone began under former Chief Kelly Busey, or Busy, I forget. He's been on the show, and involved the mayor, city council, city administrator as they worked on a budget and concept for the program over a period of about 2 years. This, again, is according to the News Tribune. Are we done thinking that this technology, or at least the cost, is not worth it? Have we moved on from that? I hope so. I say this hoping that that's the case. But is it the case? Or are there still people, and I don't mean the anti-cop people. I don't care about them. Just average people who say, well, we really have to think about the cost. Does that still exist?
I would hope not.
Right? It feels like we're kind of, we can move on beyond that. I think we can all just accept that this is the future. You might not like it, and we should have, we should still put mitigation policies in place just to make sure. But it does kind of feel like we're good. We can just go ahead and accept this as the future of policing, or at least a part of the future of policing. Meanwhile, out in Shoreline, a suspect has been arrested after setting a fire to a couch during some sort of dispute. That fire could have been put out with a drone that has a fire hose or fire extinguisher.
See, there you go. Another scenario.
Just saying, you could just fly in the little drone and it'll get it done. According to Cairo 7 TV, the King County Sheriff's Office says a man was arrested after a fire started inside of a home Sunday afternoon, about 2 p.m. or so. The homeowner, Eric Basham, had invited the suspect into his home. However, they say the situation escalated when the guest overstayed his welcome. I'm going to guess they do not adequately explain the circumstances as to why this person was in the home to begin with. And it's so weird. They say Basham said he never intended for the suspect to stay long term. The suspect was a guest of a family that Basham was helping with housing until they could get back on their feet. So it kind of sounds like it was just a homeless person. The family maybe knew? Is that...
That's really the only conclusion I could come to.
That's that has to be it. The only other thing I was thinking, maybe like a bad Tinder date. that was the first thing that came to mind. He said, but they, okay, again, read the sentence. The suspect was a guest of a family that Basham was helping with housing until they can get back on their feet. So the family is the homeless people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they knew someone.
I guess so.
Who's the guest?
It's kind of a confusing sentence.
Well, the reason why I say that is he's quoted in this story as saying, yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Basham advised when asked about inviting strangers into his home. Don't do that. My intent was to help them with a place to stay so that they can get back on their feet. But he said the suspect had moved into a room in the house and locked the door. This is like Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Which one?
Which one? The central character.
Oh, I mean, yeah, the whole art. Yeah, Leon, yeah.
This is literally the Leon character.
Yeah.
Basham tried to resolve the situation by giving the suspect notice to leave, except he realizes this is in Washington state and it's impossible to evict people. When he attempted to resolve the situation, the suspect became upset and then allegedly set a couch on fire. Okay, that's not the worst that could have happened.
Why don't you just play the audio and let him explain himself?
Because I can't find it.
Oh, well, that's a good reason.
You don't think I want to play the audio? But you know what you forgot to do?
What?
Put the audio in.
I don't think so.
Are you calling me a liar?
I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just.
So you see the audio?
Possibly.
That doesn't sound like you do.
Well, I'm buying time until I actually get to that point on the sheet.
Does it actually sound like you do know what you're talking about? Unless you put it in the wrong place.
Oh, you know what? The audio's in there. The story title's wrong. Because I switched something around.
Oh, so who made the mistake?
Me.
Say that again in a complete sentence.
I made a mistake on the audio sheet.
Okay, thank you. Now, even if I made the mistake, who made the mistake?
Well, me, obviously.
Exactly. But this time, who made the mistake?
Me.
When you invite someone into your home because you're trying to help them out, and they do
don't do that. Don't do that. My intent was to help.
Okay, by the way, dum-dum, you're the only one who needs this kind of advice. Was there anyone at any point ever who said, you know what sounds like a great idea? Letting strangers into the house. This all went away kind of in the 80s. The whole idea of letting serial killers in. It never is good move. Never.
Help them with a place to stay so that they could get back on their feet. This last week, he's moved into the house, and then he moved into a room and then locked the door, so I didn't have access. I posted a notice to quit because, I thought that's the appropriate thing to do. And apparently he was pretty upset, so he set the couch on fire. And I was working and I smelled smoke. And I came out and he's throwing things and yelling and running around without a shirt on. Like, I don't know this person. Why is this person in my home? Why is he in my home setting my couch on fire?
Because he's a crazy person and you invited him into the house, dummy. Don't do that. Follow your own advice.
I think what happened is really the least surprising result of this story.
Yeah, in fact, you got off lucky, dude. And it's funny because I guess they spoke over at Cairo 7 TV to a woman from the Shoreline Fire Department. Here's her advice. Make sure your smoke alarms are working.
Making sure you have working smoke alarms, making sure that you're changing the batteries twice a year unless they're the 10-year battery, and testing it once a month.
That's your takeaway from this story? That's your takeaway. Not his, which is, no, he's right. He probably should have let a stranger, complete stranger into his home. Your takeaway from this is, well, it's never a bad time to remind people to change the batteries in their smoke detectors.
Letting someone into your home. Do you know this guy? No, but my smoke detectors work.
No, but I did double check to make sure that my batteries were working.
And I did stay in at Holiday Inn Express last night.
It's like that. How is that your takeaway? How is that the takeaway from the story? Oh my God. And finally, I don't want to do this last story. It's stupid. Why'd you pick that one?
I know, it's kind of interesting.
Toxic lights. Who cares?
I've never even heard of toxic lights.
What? How could you have never heard of toxic lights? The Seattle Times reports the Washington Supreme Court on Thursday cleared the way for a record-setting payout to 3 teachers who developed brain damage and other illnesses after being exposed to toxic PCBs at a school in Monroe. $185 million jury award, which is likely the largest product liability verdict ever upheld in the state. The lawsuit was one of several against the company brought by more than 200 students, parents, and staff who experienced health problems at Sky Valley Education Center. I actually remember when this case first was being discussed. Monsanto said in a statement that it disagrees with the ruling and is considering options for further legal review of the decision. Yeah, they're gonna appeal this one to the U.S. Supreme Court. Now, I don't know whether or not the U.S. Supreme Court accepts it, but that's a lot. They settled in August with most of the Sky Valley plaintiffs, leaving 9 cases active at the time. While the exact amount of the settlement wasn't made public, Bayer Pharmaceuticals, which acquired Monsanto in 2018, said at the time it had set aside about $618 million for the settlement and litigation costs. This was all about the light fixtures that they say were leaking the PCBs, which then created everything from cognitive problems to skin cysts. And the PCB, it was this like oily substance of some kind. These are industrial chemicals, essentially. I can't remember what it stands for, like polychlorinated bife something or other. It's gunk. It's bad for you. Don't touch it. Don't lick it. I learned long ago. Was I wrong? What is it called? Polychlorinated
biphenyls.
I was close.
Also stands for printed circuit board, but I don't think
it's not that there was not a printed circuit board that was leaking from the light bulbs. So they got what they think they deserved. And the reason why I didn't want to do this story, you know why? Because they're going to appeal it. It's going to get to the Supreme Court, and then we can have a conversation then when I've actually read the full case. You know what I don't want to do now? Read the full case. You want to know why? Because there's a lot of more important things going on. Oh, I got a skin cyst.
Sounds unpleasant.
You know, there's medication for you. You'll be fine. I'm kidding. They obviously suffered. 1-800-465-8770 for your texts. The stock market is on fire, but somehow there's $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or don't know where to go. Legacy Group Capital is where you go. You invest local. Legacy Group Capital has averaged double-digit returns with zero investor losses for 19 years. LegacyG.com. When we come back, you pick the news. Story number 1. Layoffs aren't shaking Gen Z's commitment to work-life balance. Oh, God. So I'm going to either yell about Gen Z again, or story number 2. Kraft unveils an apple pie that's got the most disgusting flavor imaginable, and fatty McFatfaces all across the world are going to be eating it. This is why we have Maha. Just saying. Which story should we discuss? Fatty McFatface or Gen Z's being annoying again? 1-800-465-8770 for your texts.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, it is Jason Rantz for the Washington Center for Sleep. Dr. Nick Kugler runs offices in Seattle and Bellevue. And when I tell you that he changed my life, I feel like I'm underselling what he does. He helps you get restorative sleep. If you don't get restorative sleep, if it gets interrupted throughout the night due to snoring or sleep apnea, you are putting yourself in a really, really unhealthy position. It shaves years off of your life. But there is hope for people who snore or for people with sleep apnea. It can become a oral appliance that you wear at night. It's thin, it's for your jawline specific and your teeth specific, and it keeps your mouth in a position that's comfortable, but it allows for a clear pathway for air so that you're cutting down on the snoring or the sleep apnea. And right now, towards the end of the year, because this treatment is covered by most insurance and they're in network with most major medical insurance providers, he's had patients who said, I've already hit my deductible. And so they go in and they don't owe anything for a home sleep test, for office visits, for the sleep appliance. So it's basically free treatment to get better sleep. And even patients who haven't hit their deductible, a lot of times they're spending less than $500. If you have FSA, HSA, you can use those funds as well. Make your appointment, change your life. That's what I did. wasleep.com, wasleep.com. That's wasleep.com.
All right, here's a quick confession.
The reason Nick, my wife, is going to Longevity Medical Clinic is because why?
I got sick of watching you sleep at night when I was awake.
Wait a minute. Wait. Here's what would happen. I'd be asleep because I've got my hormones balanced thanks to Longevity Medical Clinic. I'm asleep, and then Nick would go, "Are you asleep? Are you sleeping? That's not fair. I can't sleep." I'm like, "So you're going to wake me up?"
Yes, because I didn't want you to have more energy than I would the next day, and I was up all night.
So what did I say to you? I said, so go to the Longevity Medical Clinic. Do the same thing I did. Get your hormones balanced. You'll sleep better, right?
And I did.
Right. You don't have to wake me up anymore and go, it's not fair that you're sleeping.
I know.
But didn't you see that it wasn't fair that you were waking me up?
Yes, because now you're the one taking the dogs out because I'm still asleep in the morning.
So we're both getting good night's sleep. We're both getting lots of energy, and we're happy.
You want me to tell you why? Because my hormones are now balanced.
Okay, I don't want to hear about your hormones right now. So be like Nick and get a free health analysis at lmclinic.com. That's lmclinic.com.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Selling hundreds of homes around the Sound for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything. And with my luxurious marketing, you'll attract tons of buyers, sell fast at top dollar, and net more money. Because Upgrade Realty will save you thousands in fees for only 1% listing commission. To learn more, visit upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. Upgraderealty.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on ktth.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
You picked the topic on the Jason Rantz Show.
Indeed you do, and many of you voted Fatty McFatface, which I think should count for 2 votes. So we're going with that one. The AP has a new story out ahead of Thanksgiving. They say Kraft is serving up an unusual twist on its traditional macaroni and cheese. They've revealed an all-new apple pie flavored mac and cheese. Now, I've heard of apple pie with cheese on it.
Really?
That's an American classic, apparently.
I've never heard of that.
You Google it and you'll find it. Like a slice of American cheese on a warm apple pie, which is what they're trying to do here. The macaroni part throws me a little bit. I don't understand that piece. But they call it mac and cheese apple pie. It brings together 2 holiday meal classics designed to be a conversation starter at the Thanksgiving table. The only conversation that's going to happen, that'll happen after that, is saying, what in God's name is this monstrosity?
Why did you serve this?
Why did you bring this out? First of all, you know he can't eat it. Look how fat he is already. You're going to give him a heart attack. He's already unbuttoning his belt buckle here, talking about the uncle or the grandfather or the father. And they're all going to point to him. And the one person who does eat it, you know who's going to eat this? The fattest kid at the table. The one who least needs this will eat this. Who in the world would eat one of these things?
It sounds awful.
It really does sound disgusting.
And I love apple pie and I love mac and cheese, but not mixed together.
No. They say it combines the familiarity of Kraft mac and cheese with cinnamon and tart green apple flavors for a sweet and savory experience. Ugh. Oh my God. And you want to know what makes it worse? The one actor you probably don't want to join forces with when it comes to apple pies. This is a little bit before your time. Jason Biggs. Do you remember American Pie?
I never really saw that. I mean, I've seen like bits and pieces.
You know what he does to the pie, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Why would he be the one for Thanksgiving, the actor you join forces
here
with? What is going on? They say, we wanted to create a memorable experience for mac and cheese fans that felt as unexpected as this flavor pairing. The funny thing is, it's not that unexpected. The macaroni part is, but the cheese on top of a piece of apple pie is not all that crazy. The new apple pie flavor rounds out our flavor innovations for 2025 with its nostalgic blend of classic Thanksgiving dishes and bold flavor. By the way, mac and cheese is not a classic Thanksgiving dinner meal. It isn't.
Yeah, I think it's like in certain parts of the country it's popular.
Maybe. people eat mac and cheese, but that's not a Thanksgiving staple.
No.
Stuffing, fine. Yams with marshmallows, okay.
Mashed potatoes, turkey,
cranberries. Okay, that makes sense. Mac and cheese is, maybe for some hipster Thanksgiving.
It's more of an accessory, yeah.
They say if you're feeling adventurous enough to try out this new combo, it's now available for a limited time, of course, online at Walmart. And you know what's missing in all of this? And I'm still, there it is. Okay. Oh, God. Should we even go over the calories? All this stuff?
Do we want to know?
So it's per serving, and this all has, and by the way, it is mac and cheese that's flavored like apple pie, not an apple pie flavored like mac and cheese. Because the way that they frame it makes it almost sound like it's like a McDonald's apple pie it's the opposite. So 3.5 servings per container. And it's less than $2, by the way, for this thing, which is why Maha exists. And it's why Snap should just go away. Per 1 cup of prepared monstrosity, 320 calories with, only 8 grams of protein, 45 grams of carbs. So again, multiply all these numbers by 3 and you get it for an entire box.
Because who's only eating a cup?
Yeah, no one first of all, their cup is like a half of a cup.
Yeah.
It's like cereal. Oh, you're only supposed to have 1 serving. Then there's nothing in it. It's only 3 spoonfuls at that point. This is disgusting. 45 grams. So, oh my God, that's over 120 grams of carbs for a box.
What's the sugar content?
The sugar it's not awful, 7.
Okay.
It's not awful. But, if you eat this, you know what?
Are there trans fats in it?
Carbs that identify as...
Yeah, exactly.
There are, I said 45 grams of carbs. There's no trans fat in it.
Okay.
There is saturated, but saturated is not actually all that bad. It only has 8 grams. So the ingredient list, I'm looking for fruit, and it's not there.
I was gonna say, but even worse is probably just like what it's made of. Is like
there's
the
nothing,
quality of ingredients.
There's nothing in here that says apple.
Yeah.
It's enriched macaroni, seasoned cheese sauce mix. And that all in and of itself has 10 different pieces. Seasoning mix. And that's it.
Lots of carcinogens, I'm sure.
Seriously, if you bring this up at the dinner table on Thanksgiving, I hope the only conversation that starts is why you're never coming back to that house again. Who would eat this? Seriously, who would eat this? We have people who are fatter than ever, and this is what you're putting out there? This is disgusting. And I'm not even being like the purest biohacking person who's looking into this stuff. This is just disgusting. And they pitch it as the flavors of dinner and dessert together at last. Who's asking for that?
You don't need them at the same time.
You're not supposed. That's why one is called dinner and the other one is called dessert. They're supposed to be separate. Is this inclusivity? The DEI agenda has ruined another dinner item or dessert item or both. I'm not sure. It's the Jason Rantz Show.
Staples presents an easy holiday.
My holiday list was a mile long.
Fa la 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 boo hoo hoo.
Staples made it easy with big savings on tech gifts.
I'm listening.
And I saved big on custom holiday cards, too. Plus, Staples has UPS shipping in store.
Holy flying reindeer. Shop Staples today for 40% off custom cards, invites, wrapping paper, labels, stamps, and photo gifts.
That was easy.
In-store and online expires 11/15. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
The stock market is on fire. AI stocks in particular breaking records. Smart investors are cashing in, but there are a lot of people who are too scared. Jason Rantz here. There's still $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, doing absolutely nothing because you're either too scared or you just don't know where to put it, and that's where Legacy Group Capital comes in. They build local real estate, they lend money, they share profits with their investors. They've been doing it right here in Washington for 19 years, earning consistent double-digit returns with zero investor losses. So if you want to diversify your portfolio with something real, check out Legacy Group Capital's family of funds. Whether you're looking for a 3-year investment with double-digit returns or a short 90-day commitment, that's it, earning 7%, they've got you covered. And yes, they accept IRAs. Call 425-635-4700 or visit them online at legacygg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. legacygg.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
No sign of ending the stalemate. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Day 34, the government shut down, and the sticking points remain as Republican Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana says the Democrats' call to extend Obamacare subsidies are a no-go.
I think any fair-minded person can look at these premium increases, subsidies or no subsidies, and conclude that the Obamacare exchanges just aren't working.
Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer blasting the president for the funding for food stamps drying up.
The courts affirmed that the USDA has the transfer authority to ensure everyone can receive full benefits. Everyone can get full benefits. The only person standing in the way is Donald Trump.
The USDA says it will go into contingency funds to at least partially pay for SNAP after a pair of court orders required the program keep running after lawsuits from several states. California Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom holds a rally for a proposal to redraw congressional maps in the state.
Governor Gavin Newsom again stressing Proposition 50 is California's response to President Trump and Republicans moving to redraw Texas's congressional map to flip 5 Democratic House seats to Republican ones.
They thought we were going to write an op-ed, have a candlelight visual, maybe do a rally. They poked the bear, and the bear is poking back.
If approved, Prop 50 will allow California to use new congressional district maps through 2030, aiming to turn at least 5 of the state's 9 Republican seats in the U.S. House of Representatives to favor Democrats in next year's midterm elections.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. After hours of trying, firefighters in Rome finally managed to extract a worker from beneath the rubble inside a medieval tower that partially collapsed during renovation, but the man died shortly after. America is listening to Fox News.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Severe from Vicks.
Sinex Severe nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Severe instantly relieves nasal congestion and works 6 times faster than nasal decongestant tablets. The 12 hours of relief allow you to get back to the moments that matter without congestion.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Try Sinex Severe from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
The yellow light! I'm walking here! I'm walking!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We are here live on Seattle Red, election eve. SeattleRed.com, Seattle Red 770 AM. We got a lot to get to. We only have an hour left to do it. Aaron Hoffman is running for mayor of Snohomish. Rachel Savage running for Seattle City Council. Both will stop by to make their final pitch ahead of tomorrow. In fact, tomorrow a lot on the line, and that's what's trending.
What's trending in Seattle?
The mayoral race in Seattle is obviously getting a lot of attention in this region. It's, for the most part, been not completely ignored, but mostly ignored nationally. They're focused nationally on Mamdani in New York, but we've got our own version of Mamdani. It's arguably worse here. It's more embarrassing than what's going on in New York in that Andrew Cuomo losing to Mamdani, he's a disgraced former governor, is obviously going to be a hit to his ego, but you've got an incumbent mayor in Bruce Harrell who's been around for decades in city politics, and he's on pace to lose to someone who barely has a resume, who's wasn't known to anyone up until the last 6 months. When she won the primary, people, Katie who? But it tells you a lot about the Seattle electorate. On the one hand, what happened with Bruce Harrell, or what is likely to happen tomorrow, is that he will become the victim of his own campaign or office incompetence. You made a whole bunch of promises and then you failed to fully deliver. And that's not all on him. And I've said this to him. The city has gotten better from the worst of the worst of the worst during COVID. But going from historic highs in crime, homelessness, whatever, and then getting slightly better, yes, it's gotten better. But you're comparing yourself to the historic worst scenarios. And that's just not a great position to be in. He was reluctant to really tackle crime and homelessness and open-air drug use in the way he promised. When he ran for mayor, he was outspoken about taking a harder approach to criminal behavior. And then he softened his language and his approach. And yeah, they did some sweeps, but not that many. And meanwhile, people are like, hey, you promised us so much more. You overpromised and you underdelivered. And then you've got Katie Wilson, who she's someone who's got history on her side. We haven't reelected a mayor in Seattle for like 30 years. There was nothing that we saw from Bruce Harrell that said to us, oh, this will be 100% the change in history. We're going to make history. Finally do. He could still win tomorrow. I sincerely doubt he'll win based on the polling and based on conversations his team continues to have, trying to get people to give him some positive press and really push the line that she's got no experience, which is a good attack line because it's true, but they started it way too late. Why didn't they start that line of attack months ago, right when the primary was over? There's this belief that you throw in all your money on the attack ads, commercials on TV, radio, the flyers and whatnot, the 2 weeks of the election where people actually have their ballots in hand. I think that that's a mistake. I think that's 100% a mistake. There is plenty of time, and especially when you're on the side that doesn't have momentum. If you want to stop someone's momentum, you don't wait until the last 2 weeks when someone has likely already made up their mind. Few people wait until the last minute because they're truly undecided on who to vote for. Some, but mostly not. Not on these bigger picture races or bigger ticket races. That's just not how it works. So here's his final pitch, the mayor, to Como TV.
All this morning, I've probably talked to 50, 75 voters. We need experience to fight Trump. We don't need a person learning on the job. There's just too much work to do. Homicides are going down and shots fired are going down and property crimes are going down.
Property crimes are not going down. Anytime anyone tells you that, just call them out as a liar, point at them, liar, 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 I hate you.
And we're sheltering more people than before. My record is...
We have more homeless people than we had before. So I'm not sure saying we're sheltering more homeless than people than before is that big of a win.
It's clear in my opponent's record, well, there is no record other than maybe advocacy, and we don't need that kind of skill set as an executive in the city.
I was talking to someone in the office who's a liberal, because I was talking to someone in the office who wasn't you or Jesneet or Jake. So I wasn't talking to the three conservatives on this floor. And he summarized his viewpoint here really well. Like me, he would never vote for Katie Wilson. He understands that her views are too extreme and she doesn't have experience. But he really doesn't like Bruce Harrell. He said he comes off as a bad word. And he does kind of come off as just kind of a jerk. And I don't say that to pick on him, because I do kind of feel bad for the position he's in. He should not lose this election. Like, on paper, he shouldn't. And I want to put myself in their shoes. It's got to suck if you're him. Again, he doesn't need this job. I do think he wants to do it. I do still believe the reporting that says he's lazy, even though he called me racist for bringing that up. Or at least he called the other people racist. He wasn't calling me. And I don't want him to lose as someone who lives here, but I also don't want him to win. And that's a weird spot. And if I'm feeling that, someone who is obviously well-versed in local politics, I'm well-read, I'm up to date on all this stuff, I'm in the weeds, imagine what the average voter is thinking. If someone like me knows the dangers of Katie Wilson's ideas, and I say this, again, not to be mean to her, because I legitimately think she's a good, well-intentioned person. I don't think she's doing anything or takes positions because she's like a mean-spirited ideologue. She's an ideologue, but not the most dangerous kind. I think she's more naive than anything. But Bruce, I don't care in a way if he wins, but I do, but I don't. I care more about what it means for him to win versus lose than I do him specifically. And that's not good. Like, Sarah Nelson's a great example. I like her. I want her to win. I'm rooting for her. Rachel Savage, who's going to be on the show at the bottom of the hour, I want her to win. She's a good person, and I find myself rooting for them as people. Bruce Harrell, I don't find myself rooting for. Some of that is personal. Like, his office treated this show really poorly for the entirety of his tenure as mayor until he realized, oh, maybe that was a mistake to completely alienate someone who actually gets clicks and listens in the region. So some of that is undoubtedly personal. But man, the level of apathy I have towards him in particular, knowing what's on the line, if I'm experiencing it, others are too, and probably to a worse degree. And that's not good news for him.
I'd imagine a lot of New Yorkers feel that way about Cuomo too.
100%. They're like, look, Mamdani's a nightmare. I hate you, Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah.
I just don't like you. Here's Katie Wilson's final pitch.
We have hundreds of volunteers all over the city knocking on doors. There's a lot of attacks in the airwaves, a lot of misinformation out there, and so don't believe everything you hear. I want to tackle the.
Well, I will say, in fairness, I haven't seen a whole lot of misinformation against Katie Wilson. I've seen criticisms, right? They're criticisms, no doubt. Some of them is mean, I guess, but they're not factually inaccurate. Which is rare, because usually the smears are just, that's what they are, smears. No, these are just sharp criticisms.
Affordability crisis. I want to make housing more affordable. I want to make childcare more affordable. I think people are really ready to see the city turn a corner and to have a government that's really focused on delivering results. And what we've seen from City Hall over the last 4 years is not solving the major challenges that we face today as a city.
My guess is that tomorrow it's going to be clear that all the progressives won everything. I hope I'm wrong locally. I hope I'm wrong. But I'm already pre-booked on 4 Fox shows for the remainder of the week, so I think we all kind of know what's going to happen. I'm doing CNN tomorrow night. Like, we know what's going to happen. Shout out to our friend Gabriel, by the way. His mom texted in. He's 13 and loves this show.
The kid's going places.
Right? They say they love how I make fun of you. And they say I'm a great boss with a winky emoji, which means I'm an awful boss, but they like
No, he's great.
Say that with more feeling or you're done.
He's a great boss.
So kudos to Gabriel. We like to bring them in early into our ecosystem so that they don't even have a chance to flirt with the socialism.
You want them to be prepared when they go off to college.
This is better than any high school education. 13's high school, right? Or junior high? This is
still middle school, yeah.
This is way better than you should. Gabriel, drop out and just listen to this show exclusively. And then even her 9-year-old son, James, whose nickname is Pickle, is insisting that he loves me too. I think James just wanted a shout out, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, shoehorning his way in.
Right.
There.
It's like, you know what? This is not okay. Why does Gabriel get all the cool stuff?
What about me? On the radio? Wow.
I know. It's not that cool. Don't worry, James. Don't worry, Pickle. Duncan would probably get along with a little older. Maybe Duncan would be better with Gabriel, you think? Although Duncan, he's always playing with knives. It just stays.
He's kind of old for his age, but like in a bad way.
Yeah, the worst kind. This is not an old soul. He's just mean and cranky. Push the button.
What's trending? Weather apocalypse Mageddon.
So it is 5:14. And at 5 o'clock, I went outside the studio for a second just to look outside. It might as well be midnight. It is awful. I love the hour we get, the spring fall backwards, whatever that stupid thing is called.
Yeah, backwards.
That thingy. I like it. We get an hour. Not because I get an extra hour of sleep, because frankly, I just woke up earlier than normal and just laid there for an hour because I'm almost always up by 5:15 at the latest. So I woke up at like 4 and I just laid there and I felt really good. But I'm going throughout my day yesterday and I feel like we got an extra hour. Like in my head, it's 11 a.m., not 10 a.m. In my head, it's 4 o'clock p.m., not 3 o'clock, like the whole day. And then I started to resent the moon because why can't we just do this on Saturday? The moon doesn't care, or the sun, whatever. Why can't we just do it on Saturday and get 2 really good feeling extra hours on a weekend?
I feel like the second day you would just adjust, though.
But I didn't adjust because today I haven't adjusted yet. It takes a little bit of time, unless you get your sleep really locked in, to adjust. I wanted to, in any case, I found myself in a good mood. And then it was 5 o'clock and I looked outside and it was pitch black and I started to get angry. I was like, this is so dumb. I don't like this. Why do I have to choose? And so if I'm allowed to choose, you know what I want? I've decided what I want to do in the whole debate about whether or not we do the hour or whatever. This is what I want. I want it to be light in the morning and in the afternoon.
Oh, there you go.
That's the best of both worlds.
Why settle?
Well, exactly. You know, it's a social construct anyway. All of this. It is.
What even is time, man?
Time. What is this concept? I wasn't even stoned when I was thinking about this. I was like, you know what? I want both. And the best way I can do that is, and this is a big announcement, we're breaking some news here. During the summer months, I've decided I will be broadcasting live from Oslo, where it doesn't get dark at all. Or for winter. So I'm going next week. Wait, no, it doesn't work. Where is it sunny all the time in winter? Nowhere. I'm screwed.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I mean, you'd have to go to a different hemisphere, I guess. Wouldn't you go to the southern hemisphere because it's summer there?
Where? That I would like.
Oh, I don't know.
Right?
You don't like anything.
I like London.
Well, yeah.
But they don't have a London there.
No.
I'm just going to be miserable this whole time. It looks like it's death outside. It looks awful. I can't wait to drive home after the show today. I can barely see at night as it is. Push the button.
What's trending on the campaign trail?
For our friends over in Snohomish, there's only one choice for mayor that actually makes sense. Someone who's promoting fiscal responsibility, who is promoting keeping the community strong without letting it go to the left. Aaron Hoffman is running for mayor of Snohomish. He is taking on the incumbent mayor, and he joins me now. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me.
You had posted an Instagram story that I saw this morning that I thought summed everything up so succinctly. Like you don't need to run for office. You're making the choice because you care deeply about your community, and you've seen some of the pushback from folks on the radical side of things, just when it comes to people just trying to collect signatures for an initiative, they're getting attacked. What has this race been like?
Yeah, you know, my wife and I we're business owners here in town. We've been part of the business community since 2019, and then my work's right in town, and we're raising our kids here. So when I kind of decided to get involved, I expected pushback regarding, maybe difference of opinion on policy or decision making. But yeah, some of the personal attacks definitely caught me a little off guard, even though I was warned about it, but you don't believe it until you start seeing it. So, from name calling to, the name calling, it matters. When someone's calling you a Nazi just because you disagree on a $60 million civic campus that the city's looking to build, people pick up on that, and then people start actually believing it. And instead of just being a father and business owner that wants to be involved, all of a sudden you're the enemy. And I don't think that's how it should be, especially in nonpartisan positions.
How did you feel when you started to realize this was kind of the norm, I guess, at least coming from radicals? And both sides pull this kind of stunt. Certainly we see a lot more of it on the left locally just because there are more Democrats here.
Yeah, it's a little disappointing, but I think something to be said is, these roles might be nonpartisan, but nonpartisan doesn't mean that you're not going to work with Democrats or Republicans. I think a better term is really more bipartisan. Your goal should be to work with both Democrats and Republicans, and challenging people on their ideas is a good thing. That's kind of what brings the best ideas forth. Having a little back and forth. So I expected that, but yeah, it's disappointing when it just goes into a personal level. And, especially when there's even another candidate running for a council position, and he said the only reason I'm running is I want to see women stuck back in the kitchen and people of color to know their place in society. And as I'm reading this, I have two daughters myself. My wife, she owns her business in town, and it couldn't be further from the truth. And as far, my prayer group of buddies here in town, it's like two guys are Indian immigrants. I think there's 4 mixed race marriages out of it. All our kids play together. All our kids don't even think about that kind of stuff. They're just playing with their friends. And so it's pretty sad to see the divisive nature of politics come into such a small town.
How are you feeling about turnout for tomorrow?
Yeah, these off-year elections never have fantastic turnout, but Snohomish is a somewhat politically active town. I feel like I have a lot of momentum in my campaign, but it all just comes down to people getting their votes in, and I felt like I've done my best putting myself out there and letting people know who they're voting for and what they're voting for. And it's really just up to the people to come out and vote. So I'd love to see a win tomorrow, and I'd love to see a landslide victory. We'll find out in the evening.
Well, we would love to see that too. If you are elected, day one, what's at the top of your agenda?
Yeah, I mentioned it a little bit before, but the city is looking at building a new civic campus, and it's a $60 million construction budget that doesn't include the bond expense on it. So I think it would just be really detrimental to the finances of the city, and really difficult for the taxpayers. So there's some alternatives that are already there that I'd like to look into. And then a big one that has come up recently, I've been endorsed by the Teamsters Union for the city employees, and they're really dealing with a really difficult time with current administration looking to pull their pension plan. And a lot of these employees, they're some of the best employees that the city has, ones that have been here for 20, 25 years. They have the institutional knowledge that we need to keep our city running correctly and efficiently. And they're looking at leaving over this. Mm-hmm. So that will be a top priority, is just coming to the table with the Teamsters reps and the employees and really seeing, how can we come up with a true win-win situation here. And I think we'll be able to do that. We've had great communication so far, And, big thing I've been trying to say is fiscal responsibility it's not about just saying no all the time. Mm-hmm. There's a difference between, an expense and an investment. And I'm a CFO of a commercial fishing company, so we see this a lot with our employees. And, we kind of always we have the office here in Snohomish, but our fishermen, they're up fishing out of Dutch Harbor, Alaska. And we always have to break down that barrier between the office and the boat crew and come to the table with respect and common sense and business sense and come up with some good solutions. I think we'll be able to do that here.
Yeah, and I really like your idea of just a simple rebrand. I think you called it a facelift on your site just for the city of Snohomish, where, just making small tweaks here or there, being responsible about it, being intentional about it, and then bam, a city like Snohomish could be doing just so much better from an economic perspective. My final question for you is, given what you've endured, and, I can hear the emotion in your voice. It's got to be incredibly frustrating. Do you have any regrets about deciding to run?
No, actually, I'd say the opposite. I'm very grateful that I've been able to run. I've been grateful for the support, grateful for the learning opportunities. It has been a stress on my wife and my kids and on myself. But, all the kids, when I looked at making this decision, we were all at the dining table, and I said that, you guys want me to do this? And they all said, yeah, Daddy for mayor. I said, okay, if we're doing it, then you're going to be involved too. So I've door knocked on about 3,000 doors myself, but my kids have been with me on about half of those. And, it's not easy having the kids with me, but I wanted them to learn along the way. And Same with council meetings. I told my oldest she's going to be there with me at some council meetings, and she'll get to learn. And hearing my 5-year-old talk about the difference between the mayor's role and the council's role has been pretty funny, because I don't think I even knew about a mayor or a council when I was 5 years old. So it's been a cool opportunity.
That's awesome. I really hope you win tomorrow. I hope people turn in their ballots tonight. Go to the nearest drop box location, turn in that ballot. The website is hoffmanforsnohomish.com. It's all spelled out, F-O-R, hoffmanforsnohomish.com. We've been talking with Aaron Hoffman. He's running for Snohomish mayor. Thank you so much for coming on, and best of luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. I appreciate it.
You were listening to the Jason Rantz Show. The Sunset Auto family are loyal supporters of Seattle Red, so they want you to know that every single qualifying new and used vehicle comes with oil changes for life. Oil changes for life. You get up to 5 a year. That's going to save you thousands of dollars over the lifetime of your vehicle. So when you're ready for your next car or truck, be sure to visit our friends at the Sunset Auto Family in Auburn and Sumner online at sunsetautofamily.com. When we come back, Rachel Savage hopes to be a Republican who gets on the Seattle City Council. She'll explain how she hopes to do it when we come back right here on Seattle Red, 770 a.m., online at seattlered.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. The government might not be working right now, but your headlights are. The end of daylight savings time means you're driving home in the dark. It is dark right now. Nothing like a long day of eye strain from looking at the computer screen, coupled with a long commute home. The rain, of course, is going to make it worse. So just be safe out there. Don't be one of the unlucky ones in a fender bender. But if you do happen to be in one, protect yourself with Harold Carr Law Offices. Here's why you should call the car law offices immediately after an accident. They're going to save you valuable time and money. They're going to give you a checklist of what's most important, your health, recovery at the very top. Next, they're going to deal with the insurance company on your behalf, which is the last thing you want to be doing on your own. Trust me. CAR is spelled with 2 R's, C-A-R-R. CarLaw.com is the website, CarLaw.com. If you, a friend, a family member, someone you know is injured in a car accident, call Herald Car Law offices right away. That phone call is going to save you time, money, and a whole lot of stress. CarLaw.com. C-A-R-R. CarLaw.com.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Staples presents An Easy Holiday.
Running a small business during the holidays is hard.
No truer words were...
But this year, Staples helped me have an easy holiday.
Your script has a typo.
Nope, easy peasy. I just ordered online at staples.com and picked up in store. And with UPS on site, shipping was easy too. Plus, huge savings on tech, custom cards, even my holiday sales signage.
Visit your local Staples store or staples.com today for up to 45% off select laptops.
That was easy.
Ends 12/27.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed, or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-203-4400. That's 206-203-4400.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The Jason Rantz Show.
All right, let's break it down with Seattle radio host and author Jason Rantz.
Jason, if I didn't know you, my first question would be, do you make these stories up?
No, they accepted this proposal.
I guess it's a measure of how much they really don't like Trump, isn't it?
Long form.
The election is tomorrow, and yet still somehow some folks have ballots in hand. Don't do that. Make sure you get your ballot in today. Take it to a drop box, especially if you happen to be in the city of Seattle, because my next guest is hoping to ensure that we don't take several steps backward as she's running against an incumbent, a socialist. Joining me in studio is our friend, Rachel Savage. Thanks so much for coming down.
Yeah, thrilled to be here. Thank you.
You seem to be in an unusually good mood given the nightmare it must be to run for office.
Well, I think I've meant to do this. I'm having more and more fun as the campaign goes on.
What makes it fun?
I love the debates. Mm-hmm. I love the forums, although I love them so much that my opponent, Alexis Mercedes Rink, she canceled last minute on 4. So I just love asking her the question and asking her to defend her record and defend her policy. And, she doesn't want to do it, and she's not used to anyone questioning her. But I love getting some common sense on the airways and in the forums and out to the public, the city of Seattle, the voters.
You don't look like a Republican.
I know.
So explain your ideology.
Yeah, well, I'm a walk away from the Democratic Party.
Yep.
So I was a classic liberal, never a progressive.
That explains all the tattoos.
Right. And, when the crime, the disorder, the severe mental illness came to my doorstep in Capitol Hill, I've never seen people in such bad shape. So I started asking myself, who's running this place? Mm-hmm. And what I saw is these were progressive policies and liberal policies. And I feel like the Democratic Party has been taken over by the far left. And I started to look at principle. And I have always believed in law enforcement. And I have always respected the police and supported the police. And I believe in fiscal responsibility. And I realized I'm a Republican.
Well, welcome to the dark side.
I love it. I mean, it's been wonderful.
Let's talk about something that is obviously really important for folks who live in but also work in Seattle. The drug addiction crisis is clear, especially when you go into downtown Seattle or if you go into the International District or Capitol Hill. It's everywhere. It's a huge part of the homelessness crisis. You are a former addict.
Yes.
You're in recovery 35 years?
35 years.
So congratulations.
Thank you.
How does that inform your approach to this issue?
Well, I'm abstinent continuously for 35 years, and I've also helped addicts learn how to stop using drugs and build a life worth living in those 35 years. So that's what I do in my spare time is I help addicts get clean. And what I know is that addicts don't get abstinent if there's no consequences. Mm-hmm. And that just giving addicts whatever they want is enabling. And that's what the city is doing. The mayor and the city council, they are in over their head. They need someone that knows about addiction and how to treat it on the city council. We need consequences for people that are committing crimes. And this is the mechanism. Arresting for public drug use and the crimes associated with addiction, stealing, burglaries, selling stolen merchandise, prostitution. These are all drug-related crimes. And that's the mechanism that we're going to use to get people to go into treatment. So they can either have 364 days in jail or long-term residential treatment, which I hope that we'll be able to build. And I'm confident we can if we change the way we're spending the money. So everybody wants to know, where's the money going to come from?
Yeah. Well, where is the money going to come from?
We're going to reallocate funds. No more housing first. And the federal government actually has given us a wonderful gift in this executive order that President Trump has put down on crime and disorder in our streets. And also, HUD, the policy going forward is no more housing first, no more drug-tolerant housing, no more free housing for drug addicts that are using in our cities. And this is a good thing.
Housing first as a model is actually aptly named. We're going to put you in a house first before we address any of the underlying causes of your homelessness. And when you're there, we'll give you the access to services. On paper, it sounds like a model that could work. But the reality is I've got an entire chapter of my book, 2 chapters on this very topic. Yeah. It does not work. There is no data to suggest long-term that this actually does anything more than give a drug addict a place to continue to do drugs.
And that's what we're seeing. That's what we're seeing in the streets. And without law enforcement, we're seeing these addicts running wild in the city. They're stealing from the grocery stores all day. They're selling the stolen merchandise. This must stop. And there's no one on the city council right now, this is what's disturbing to me, or either mayoral candidate who are saying that they're willing to arrest for misdemeanor crimes such as
Sarah Nelson does endorse that.
I think she said it. Actually, She finally said, I will arrest. And I hope I've been a good influence on her. And I think we'll work very well together on the city council.
She's a very moderate Democrat. I'm a big supporter of hers on this council. I think she would be phenomenal. But the reality is she's in trouble right now, as are you. So how do you turn out the vote on a very low turnout election so far? The numbers in King County in particular are disturbingly low as of today. Day of votes always trend further and further and further to the left.
Well, I know I'm the underdog. I get it. But I think the citizens of Seattle are tired of living in a lawless city. I think they're tired of the containment zones that have been created by this enabling and the housing first. I think they're tired of the taxes.
I'm going to push back on something. I don't know if they're sick and tired of it. I would have thought that. But when you look at the polling, when you look at this resurgence of the same kind of progressive ideas and people that we've put into power and influence several years ago, leading to this very nightmare that we were living for several years, does that suggest that they are not sick and tired of it? Or do they not know, are they not connecting the dots as to why this is happening, who's responsible?
I think they're not connecting the dots. I don't think that, and this has been a big part of my campaign to let people know, the city is giving drug addicts free apartments and not giving them any requirement to take treatment or to stop committing crimes. I don't think people know that. The public drug use law needs to be amended to allow for police to arrest. People don't realize that the police aren't arresting for misdemeanor crimes associated with drug use. I think they just don't know. Right. They don't know. And so if they know the truth, I think they'll vote differently. And I think that the city council didn't do enough for public safety. And so people are, they want to vote differently. Unfortunately, some of them are going to vote farther left to vote differently. But my hope is, I'm the first Republican in recent memory that's made it to the general election. And so I believe that the citizens of Seattle do want something different. And my hope is they'll come out when it's them and their ballot, and they have the choice between me and my opponent, Alexis Mercedes Rink, who wants to raise taxes, who wants to keep this failed housing first experiment going, who doesn't want to arrest people for crimes and get them into long-term treatment. I think when they have that moment with the ballot, that they're going to vote savage, they're going to vote different.
How did you get into recovery? What was that path for you?
Well, we used to always stay in recovery rooms, jails, institutions, and death. And so I was afraid of that. I knew I was going to die. I was addicted to methamphetamine. I was addicted to alcohol. I had a cousin that went to prison from drugs. So I knew that jail was waiting for me, or that I would go crazy because methamphetamine makes you go psychotic, or that I would eventually die. And so I saw that those consequences were waiting for me if I continued to use drugs. This is what we've taken away in the city of Seattle. And not only do we have locals that are strung out on the streets, we have people coming from all over the place.
It's a lot.
Knowing that even Bruce Harrell said 70% of the people that are on the streets aren't from Seattle. And
now, I don't know if I believe that number, but it's certainly a high number. And it's funny because Bruce Harrell has said this as of the last several months, at least. The old talking point coming from the city, not just from him, but from council members, from previous administrations. Oh no, these are all our own. They're not like, that's not true. I've spent time talking with folks. I go out or have gone out with officers into the field, and I hear them say, we're from Nevada or from California or from Oregon. This idea that they were always just like local is just so nonsensical. Why do you think all of a sudden they changed the talking point?
Well, I mean, the difference between Katie Wilson and Bruce Harrell, at least Bruce Harrell is talking about, hiring more police officers. He has hired more police officers. He's admitting that, okay, some of these people are from out of town. My hope is when I'm on the council that I'm going to encourage to arrest for public drug use, offer jail or treatment. But if they're not from here, if they've only been here for 6 months, a bus ticket home to where they came from. We don't, as a city, we can't afford it, and we don't have the responsibility to take care of whoever comes. But Katie Wilson wants to create all these shelters and have the right to shelter in the city of Seattle, which is going to make us like New York City, where we are having to give anyone that comes here shelter. And I think it's a disaster for the city of Seattle.
So she's going to win. It would appear. And again, something can change at the last minute. We'll see. But as of now, she's going to be the next mayor. What is the headline on Wednesday, if that's the truth?
Man, I hope the headline is, and Rachel Savage has an upset in Seattle, because Seattle needs me on the city council if Katie Wilson wins this election. Every single day, I will be fighting for recovery for these addicts that are on the street, long-term residential treatment for the mentally ill. I mean, our mentally ill are on the street living like animals, and enforcing the law. So I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep going.
I certainly hope so. I cast my vote. I cast it for you. I wish you the absolute best of luck. Again, Rachel Savage needs your support. Make sure you get that ballot in based on whether or not you're listening to this as it's airing now or tomorrow on the podcast. Take your ballot into a ballot drop box or go directly to an elections office. Don't put it in the mail at this point. It almost certainly won't get counted if you do, just on the timing. take it down, get that ballot in, and hopefully on Wednesday, we will have a headline that says, okay, fine, Katie Wilson won, but also Rachel Savage pulls off this upset. So we wish you the absolute best of luck.
Great. Thank you.
Absolutely. You're listening to and watching The Jason Rantz Show on Seattle Red and SeattleRed.com.
Cold is leaking and rats are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
Open enrollment for Medicare happens every year, but for a lot of people, it's still confusing. Hi, this is Herb Weisbaum, the Consumer Man. Don't worry, help is on the way with a Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit brought to you by the Insurance Commissioner's Sheba program. Find out what's changing and learn about your options for Medicare with 7 easy steps to get ready for open enrollment. Order your free copy of the Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit at insurance.wa.gov or pick up a copy at your local library or senior center.
Building a home, getting a mortgage, investing in real estate, why does it feel like pulling teeth? It kind of feels like the banks and credit unions are determined to make it that way. Jason Rantz here for Legacy Group Capital. They're so much different. They cut through all that nonsense. Banks will drown you in red tape and delays, especially if you're dealing with a construction loan. Legacy Group Capital doesn't play that game. LegacyG.com is the website. They're one of Washington's largest local private portfolio lenders, and they've helped thousands of home buyers and investors hit their goals with a common sense approach. The key difference is that Legacy Group lends its own money and makes its own decisions. So if your deal makes sense, they make it happen. It gets the attention that you deserve from the folks who are local and invested in this community. They are local. They're based out of Bellevue. Talk to the experts in private lending, Legacy Group Capital. LegacyG.com is the website, LegacyG.com, or call 425-635-4700, 425-635-4700. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM. Visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
If you're a veteran struggling with your monthly bills, VA loan expert Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage has some good news for you.
Rates have dropped recently, and this could be a great time for our veterans to think about a cash-out refinance to get out of your high-interest rate debt. For example, one of our clients had a 2.25% VA loan, but he owed more than $155,000 on credit cards and a home equity loan. So we paid off all of that debt and replaced his mortgage with a VA cash-out refinance. And the new VA loan saved him $1,268 per month. So give us a call and see if a VA cash-out refi can help save you money. And remember, with a VA loan, you can buy a home with no money down.
And you can help non-veterans as well.
That's right. If you have a conventional loan, we'll run the numbers and see if we can help save you money, too.
Honest advice you can trust from the VA loan experts, Best Mortgage. Call now, 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
The Jason Rantz Show.
Bring in Jason Rantz, Seattle Red 770 AM host, and also SeattleRed.com. Jason, great to have you with us.
Jason, Seattle is just continually ground zero.
Yeah, and this is really the Pacific Northwest is ground zero for all this nonsense.
USA Today is mocking the far left.
The Quick Hit.
Okay, we've got an election happening tomorrow. And if you didn't vote, you're a huge part of the problem. And you're exactly why we lose elections or campaigns that we shouldn't be losing. That's the blunt truth. That is the blunt reality. I've heard from some people on our social media channels over the weekend explaining, oh, it's all rigged. The system is broken. No, it's not rigged and the system isn't broken. With all due respect, the people who are choosing not to vote are the problems. They're the broken people. They're broken in all of this. There are problems with our election system. There's no doubt. I don't pretend otherwise. But this idea that it's rigged, that no election is fair, is very clearly and obviously not true. Sorry, and I know some people have just convinced themselves that nothing that can happen will change. You're wrong. You are wrong. No one needs to cheat in this system if y'all aren't going to vote. If you're making that choice, and yes, it is a choice not to vote. You can choose not to vote and be a big part of the problem, or you can choose to step up and support the folks who need your support. It's not just Rachel Savage, who we just spoke to, or Ann Davison, the Seattle City Attorney, Sarah Nelson, Seattle City Council member. It's not just Jeff Lyon out of Woodinville, or Chad Mogendans out of the 5th Legislative District, or Michelle Caldier over at the 26th. It's not just about them. Look at your ballot, and you're going to see a whole bunch of names of people who, in good faith, decided to run for office knowing that they're running in an area that doesn't always treat candidates for office all that well. And some of the people who are running are awesome, others are not. The reality is it's on you to determine who's the best of the best. We can help, and we do, obviously, on this show talk about these races, but we can't talk about all of them. There's going to be not just city council races that we don't get to talk about on air, but they're going to be some of the smaller races for, water commissioner or for school boards. And there are people who have stepped up knowing that it's not easy, it's certainly not cheap, but they're doing it anyway because they want to give back. And dare I say, we are letting those people down when we don't even bother to vote. I'm looking at the numbers of turnout so far. And it was last updated October 31st. I know as soon as we're done, I'll hit refresh and they'll have the newest batch. But before the weekend, the numbers across the state are horrific. 15%. Now, again, that number is going to change once we get the most updated data points later today. But 15%, that's awful. That's really, truly bad. And even the best counties are doing poorly. They're all small counties that are doing the best. Garfield, for example, has just shy of 30% of the vote in. I would take 30% right now in King County or Pierce County. They're doing all right, but they only have like 1,600 voters. Columbia is at 29%. Wahkiakum at 27%. I mean, the largest county that's doing the best is Spokane County at just 22%. But the folks in Kitsap, 20%. Lewis County, 18%. And then, of course, you get to King at just 15%. Thurston at just 17%. Pierce County is at 12%, under 12%. That's pathetic. Snohomish County, you can do better than 12%, and yet you're at 12% as of Friday. Be honest, did you vote? If the answer is no, you are the problem. And while, yeah, you get to complain about all these issues that we complain about. I complain about stuff I don't get to vote on because I don't live in districts. I'm not going to be one of those people. But just ask yourself if you're doing everything that's possible to ensure that the better people win. The 2 state senator races that we've been covering, the special elections, are so important. If you want to stop taxes, not only do you vote, You get other people to vote. Some of you don't live in the 26th legislative district. That's Bremerton, Port Orchard, Gig Harbor. That's okay. Do you know anyone who lives there? The answer is yes. Then you better have called them already. And if you haven't, well, now you know what you're going to do at the end of the show. If you're in Ravensdale, if you're in Issaquah, the Renton Highlands, Enumclaw, your 5th legislative district. Maybe you don't live there. Do you know anyone who does? Because Chad Magendas needs your help the same way Michelle Caldier needs your help. You can either be a part of the solution or you can be a part of the problem. And the people who don't vote are part of the problems. And I'm not going to even give them much more than this monologue here. The people who claim that every election is stolen, they are not worth our time, because I don't want to legitimize all that they're doing to harm our elections. And it sometimes feels like they're the phonies who are liberals, who are just trying to convince people not to vote on our side. But did you know that if we actually voted, we would win elections? I know, it's shocking. Now, there was a story over at Como about how election officials in Pierce County are showing off their security measures at their ballot drop box locations. They showed a look inside of a ballot drop box to show how there's all the safeguards in place so that you know when you bring your ballot to one of the drop-off locations, it's going to be handled correctly. And this is the only way now that I recommend you vote, given the day and time. I just said that with Rachel Sapp. Like, now's the best time. Don't put it in a mailbox. Go ahead and put it in a drop box. Put it there. That's the best way to do it. And as they showed you inside, and you know, what they have in place is not just the different layers to make it so that you can't just break in, but if someone were like in Vancouver during the last election, the presidential election, trying to set them on fire, there's devices inside that put the fire out. At the end of the day, the county elected officials or election officials are doing everything they can to ensure you that the system is safe. I know you're not going to inherently believe that, especially if they're Democrats, especially the ones who in bad faith claim that there's no problems ever. They're lying to you when they say that. But I am telling you, the system is secure if you vote. No, waiting to the last day doesn't change anything. That doesn't make any sense. But if that's your view, okay, fine. Make sure then you vote tomorrow. But make sure you vote early. It's really easy to say, oh, gosh, I've got some more work I got to get done. I guess I'll skip the, well, who cares? I don't have to vote this time. Yes, you do. Yes, you. And there are Dropbox locations all across the state for you to take advantage of. There is nothing but your own apathy or conspiracies that will get in the way of voting. I say this every single election, and some of you believe me, and you finally take that vote. And sometimes you'll lose those elections. That's okay. You're not going to win every single one. But it's the people who don't even try, the people who have just given up, you're the problem. You are the problem. Sorry to have to say it that way and be that blunt, but I believe in tough love on this show. Except I don't love people who don't actually vote. Please turn in that ballot today. At best, tomorrow you have until 8 p.m. to turn it into a Dropbox location or go to one of the elections offices, whichever one you feel most comfortable doing or whatever more convenient to you. Vote, vote, vote. It's a Jason Rantz Show.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Selling hundreds of homes for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything. Picture amazing photography, designer staging, and maximum exposure. With my luxurious marketing, you'll sell fast at top dollar and save thousands in fees for just 1% listing commission. To learn more, visit upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. Upgraderealty.com.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
I got to tell you something, Nick. I have really noticed a difference in your energy level since you started going to the Longevity Medical Clinic.
And you know why?
Why?
Because they actually balanced my hormone levels. And when they do that, the largest change I noticed was that now I could sleep.
And then not only get more sleep, to just get more energy, right?
Right. So that all of a sudden that resulted in me, I started running again and doing all these things that I felt so fatigued throughout the day that I couldn't do anymore.
Okay, so at this point, do you want to apologize to me? Because I was always saying to you, every time you say, I don't sleep, I don't feel well, I feel kind of off, I go, well, you need to get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. And you're always like, blah, 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 blah.
I know. But now it's turned into something fun that we get to go in together.
So I need to hear, you were right.
You were right.
You were right. I should have gone to Longevity Medical Clinic.
I should have.
There we go. Fine.
Yes.
You know the right thing to do. Get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. Take the free health analysis at lmclinic.com.
Time is running out to save 20% during the Bob's Heating preseason furnace sale. Now through the end of the month, save big on home comfort systems, generators, water heaters, and more. Plus, take advantage of 12-month interest-free financing and get your home winter ready before the chilly season starts. Trust the team voted best in the Pacific Northwest to be your dedicated home comfort company. Call Bob's today.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or at newnordicusa.com.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
The following is a Playfly Sports presentation of the Cougar Sports Network. Washington State basketball is on the air with the Coors Light Cougar Courtside Show.
Takes the pass, left wing three, takes it, and makes it. Oh, and another big three is needed. It's Reed Babers who delivers again. Takes away the pass, 2-on-1 fast break, alley-oop block. Thomas Rogerson, one-hand alley-oop lay-in.
Coors Light, choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Coming up, we'll get today's keys to the game, check the latest scores around college basketball, and hear from head coach David Riley. Now, let's go courtside. Alongside WSU Athletic Hall of Famer and 14-year NBA veteran Craig Elo, here's the voice of the Cougs, Chris King.
Cougar basketball is back. Welcome into Beasley Coliseum here in Pullman. It is the tip-off of the 2025-2026 season, and it's the Battle of the Palouse. The Washington State Cougars starting the season by hosting the Idaho Vandals, making the short trip over from Moscow. Second year for David Riley, leading the charge for the Washington State Cougars. Last year went 19-15. A number of new faces, 9 newcomers, and 5 returners as the team will be in the WCC again this year. And of course, next year the revamped Pac-12 starts, and it's going to be great hoops this year and great hoops coming up next year. And here we are courtside with our engineer Jerry Kylo and next to Craig Elo. Eggs, it is so good to be back.
Oh, no question. I meant when I walked into shoot-around today, they were all like, it's basketball season officially now. So yes, it is. It's November is here, and can't wait to see what Coach Riley and his staff put together.
Cougs were picked to finish 6th in the West Coast Conference preseason poll. There's high expectations around this Idaho team. It is their highest selection in the Big Sky preseason poll since the 2017-2018 season. They were picked to finish 4th. Cougs, of course, losing a number of guys. One of those, Cedric Coward, there's a lot of what if that lingers around last year. A very successful season, winning 19 games, but look at what Cedric Coward has done. He got hurt. He only played 6 games, taken as the 11th overall pick of the draft, and Eggs, he is taken to the NBA like a fish to water.
This guy is a total throwback. He is a 6'6", long arm, long everything. You'd think his shot wouldn't be that accurate, but the guy shoots 70%. Why? He shoots inside the arc. But if he steps outside of the arc, like he did against the Pacers the other night, he'll go 6 for 6 on you. And this guy's got great defensive skills, instincts, everything. And, I just loved it when I saw Cedric and Coach Riley on the stage of draft day, because Cedric knew that Coach Riley gave him his chance and invited him to be back there to enjoy that part of his life.
And who are these Cougs that will further develop under David Riley and his staff and take that next step forward? Excited to see all that. Well, Eggs, time now for the first time this year for your keys to the game. It is the Battle of the Palouse, 280th time this game is being played. You, of course, have not only called a number of those, you played in them as well. What are your keys to today's game?
Well, first of all, David Riley's had great success against Idaho. He's only lost once to them when he was at Eastern. And, of course, last year had a 90-67 win here on Friel Court. So David has a lot of success. He's got to get his team to play non-sloppy basketball. I think I texted this to you the other day. Turnovers just killed us last year. We lost valuable possessions, and that's one of the things that I thought that they really are going to have to shore up and clean up, is to take care of the basketball so they can capitalize on getting the shots at the rim. And then defensively, they were, I think, defensive first-minded last year. But I think this team, with some of the new guys that have he's brought in, are great offensive rebounders. So I would expect a lot of second-chance points. And you're going to have that against an Idaho team.
And we're excited to see some of these new faces. Emily Yalaho, known as EY, transferring from Texas Tech. Emmanuel Ugbu, he came from Boise State. Cougs played him last year, so those guys bring in size. Both 6'8". Simon Hildebrandt with size at 6'9", from High Point, an NCAA tournament team last year, but good touch from beyond the arc. Jerome Morton had an outstanding season at Morehead State, can play both the 1 and the 2. A seasoned European player, and Adria Rodriguez, 6'4" guard, so crafty for the Cougs. Ace Glass, a freshman, originally committed to Texas A&M. They had a coaching staff change. It seems like he could make an impact right away. And then those notable returners for the Cougs, you get Tomas Throsterson back, all WCC freshman team last year. Andy Okafor seems like he's primed to take another step forward. And then guys who saw action, Reeve Vavers, who might not see it the early portion of this season, but high things are expected of him to make an impact. And those other returners, veteran Parker Garrett's as well, and Case Wynot. And here we have the fight song being played with the Cougs taken to the court for the first time. With that, we'll take our first time out here on our pregame coverage. When we come back, it will be time for the opposing team spotlight. We'll take a closer look at the Idaho Vandals, and Austin Samuels will have a scoreboard update. We'll have a pregame interview with the head coach of the Cougs, David Riley, and of course the starting lineups and tip-off. It is the season opener, Washington State hosting Idaho. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Hey, Thanksgiving turkey here. You know, the early bird, the harbinger of the holidays. Or at least I used to be. Until Northern Quest dropped this holiday Head Start giveaway on me. Now they're stealing the show with $60,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs before I can become a leftover sandwich. Whatever. Enjoy your $60,000. The holiday Head Start at Northern Quest. Play daily to enter. Earn 4 times entries every Tuesday. Grand prize drawing November 30th.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories is a high-tech global company headquartered in Pullman, Washington, with a mission of making electric power safer, more reliable, and more economical. At SEL, employees enjoy working in a fast-paced, innovative environment while enjoying the many benefits of living on the Palouse. SEL is seeking engineers for paid internships and full-time positions. Apply to join the growing SEL team today at selinc.com/careers.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of Steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars.
We are back at Beasley Coliseum here courtside. Chris King next to Craig Elo. It is the season opener. The Cougs lifting the lid on the 2025-2026 campaign, and it is the Battle of the Palouse. Washington State hosting Idaho and Eggs. Time now for our opposing team spotlight. This is going to be a formidable foe, and Austin Samuels will get into this. We have our scoreboard update around the corner here on our pregame coverage, but Idaho has high expectations in both men's and women's basketball, so it's a doubleheader today, and the Vandal women knocked off WSU, and the opener of the twin bill for the Idaho Vandals, continuity a big theme. Alex Pribble in his third year as the head coach for Idaho. They were picked to finish fourth in the Big Sky, but they did receive some preseason first place votes going into that poll, picked in the upper half of the Big Sky for the first time since the 2017-2018 season. Last year they made the Big Sky tournament semifinals. They had the most returning minutes of any Big Sky team. 9 guys are back, 4 of their 5 starters. This is worth noting, Eggs, are Idaho natives, so it's kind of a homegrown squad for the Vandals.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, I know all the coaches in the state of Washington want to keep, the local players at home, and it seems like Preble's been able to do that. And first of all, you didn't even mention last year when we played Idaho how every one of the Idaho Vandals came over and gave you a hug. You were big time over there, man. They loved you. So I know it's kind of your dream job now, but that's where you kind of got your roots started, right?
Well, yes, and very thankful to be in my dream job. And I think most Coug fans like to see the Vandals do well. 364 days out of the year, and Cougs looking to get win number 1 on the season. And this is a game with so much tradition. 280th all-time meeting. It goes back to January of 1906. It's the 11th most played series in Division I history. Cougs hold the edge, 169-111. You have to go back to that 2017-2018 season, the last time that Idaho was able to knock off the Cougs.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're this close in being to the other team, like my years, I remember Coach Monson was there, and in the spring, we would play rat ball in Smith Gym, and all of a sudden, here comes Kellerman, here comes Smith, here comes all the Idaho guys in. And then what we decided to do was if we won at Smith Gym, then they had to come back the next day. And if we lost, then we had to go over and play in their old gym. And it turned out to be quite a rivalry, but he had Monson's the 2 years that I was here, he had some good teams, and I was 0-2 against the Vandals.
And he unfortunately just passed away, but a great legacy for him at Idaho and at Oregon, and just his way up the ladder as well. So just part of that chapter in this series that goes over 100 years between WSU and Idaho, and we'll have another chapter of the Battle of the Palouse coming up here tonight. Those top players for the Vandals, they return their top 3 scorers from last season. Jack Payne, preseason All-Big Sky. He's a Boise native, averaging 10 points per game. Chris Gonzalez averaged 11 points per game last year. He's in his 3rd year with the program. He's a junior. And another Idaho native, Colton Mitchell, had an outstanding year. He averages 11 points per game. He's kind of that guy straw that stirs the drink for the Vandals. He was the only player to start all 33 games last year.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head when you said consistency. I think at Idaho, when Berlin was there, he had great teams, and then he went through some bad years, and then he would bring it back. So I think if they can stay with the same coach and get that consistency, they'll be a hard thing to handle in the Big Sky.
Well, we will take another time out here from Beasley Coliseum, getting you ready for the season opener. WSU hosting Idaho. When we come back, Austin Samuels will have a scoreboard update, and we'll sit down and talk with the head coach of the Cougs, David Riley, get his pregame thoughts, and it's starting lineups and tip-off after that. Washington State hosting Idaho. Hoop season begins tonight. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Download the WSU Cougars mobile app today, which features the latest news. Plus, it's your way to stream all of our Cougar Sports Network radio broadcasts. Listen to Cougar football, volleyball, men's and women's basketball, baseball game broadcast, plus coaches shows, all for free with WSU Cougars Game Day app. Take our broadcast with you wherever you go. Available now by searching WSU Cougars Game Day in the Apple App Store or Google Play.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
Toyota gives you more electrified hybrid choices than anyone else, including the stylish new Corolla, the elegant new Toyota Crown Signia, and the latest edition of the legendary 4Runner. Toyota's extensive lineup also includes battery EVs like the tech-savvy all-electric BZ4X, and of course, the iconic Prius, the hybrid that started it all. That's the power of choice from Toyota. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Toyota, let's go places.
As proud Cougs, we always find our way back home. At McVeigh Brothers, we want to help all Cougs improve the value of your home. Hello, I'm Mike McVeigh from McVeigh Brothers Roofing, Siding, and Windows, a proud supporter of Cougar Athletics. The team of professionals at McVeigh Brothers take great pride in helping our customers remodel their homes with new entry doors, rain gutters, siding, roofing, and windows. At McVeigh Brothers, we're working for you.
Time now to check scores from across college basketball. Brought to you by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly.
We welcome you back to the Coors Light Cougar Courtside Show. Washington State and Idaho to open the season here at Beasley Coliseum. Austin Samuels with you to check some scores, and let's dive right into it. Busy day, obviously, in college basketball and in the WCC. Just about everybody in action. A couple games live right now. 21st ranked Gonzaga is at home tonight. They open their season with Texas Southern. That game just got underway. Gonzaga leads 8-7 with about 14:30 to go in the first half. The Zags pick to win the WCC again this year in the preseason media poll. Pepperdine is at home tonight against a non-Division I opponent. You'll find that's a little bit of a trend here tonight. Life Pacific is their opponent, and actually Life Pacific leading 16-8 with 15 minutes left in the first half. Oregon State, the Beavs are at home tonight against North Dakota State. That one gets going at 6:30 Pacific time, so in about 15 minutes. Seattle U, a new WCC foe this year for Washington State. They're at home tonight against Denver. That matchup kicks off at 7 p.m. San Francisco opens their season at home tonight as well against a non-Division I opponent in UC Santa Cruz. That one gets going at 7 o'clock Pacific time. Portland at home as well against a non-D1 in Willamette. That one tips off at 7 o'clock. Well, the Marimounts is at home as well against a non-Division I opponent in Lincoln University. That one also tips off at 7 p.m. Looking at some future Washington State opponents down the stretch here the next couple of weeks. The Cougs will face Davidson, their first road matchup of the year in North Carolina. That one on Friday. The Wildcats are at home tonight against DeSales, another non-Division I opponent, and that one just went final 97-63. Davidson over DeSales. The Wildcats picked to finish 11th in the A10 preseason poll. Washington State will be home next Monday to face St. Thomas. The Tommies from Minnesota are on the road tonight to face St. Mary's. That one starts at 7 o'clock Pacific time. St. Thomas picked to win the Summit League in the preseason media poll. St. Mary's picked to finish second in the WCC. WSU will face the Washington Huskies in an early basketball Apple Cup next Friday in Beasley Coliseum. The Huskies will square off with Arkansas Pine Bluff tonight at 8 o'clock Pacific time. Washington picked to finish 11th in the Big Ten Conference. That's our first look at scores. Austin Samuels with you here. When we come back, our Chris King is with David Riley when we return. Washington State and Idaho here in Beasley Coliseum. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Okay, text from the wedding planner. She's talking about a cake pop mural. Ah, exciting. Ooh, it's $8,000.
Oh.
I don't know. We're trying to save for a house.
Well, you only get married once. Or twice. 3 times tops.
There's a lot of bad money advice out there. For knowledge you can trust, come to Gisa Credit Union. Whether it's saving for the wedding or everything that comes after, we can help get you where you want to be. Find a healthier approach to money at Gisa.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or 4-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Hi, I'm Andre Gabriel.
I'm Dara Peters.
And I'm Tasia Sniffen. We're cheerleaders on the WC Spirit Squad.
Meet Krista Gross, the realtor who supports students like us with NIL sponsorships and resources to help us succeed.
She's dedicated, relentless, and always puts her clients first, just like a true Coug.
With award-winning service and a passion for helping people, Krista is the ultimate coach for home buyers and sellers.
Support her because she supports us. You can find her online at KristaGross.com. That's Krista with a K, KristaGross.com. Go Coug!
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. Rural communities face unique healthcare challenges. By providing hands-on opportunities for WSU students in health sciences, nursing, pharmacy, and the LSNS Floyd College of Medicine, Pullman Regional Hospital is helping to shape the future of local healthcare. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
Time to learn about the cold, hard facts for today's game with head coach David Riley. Presented by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Now, with David Riley, here's Chris King.
All right, here we are. The season begins tonight. What's it feel like, Coach, to get the campaign off and going?
Just excited. We've had a really good fall. The guys worked hard, and I think we're ready for this next step. We'll go see what we got against other teams.
Start big picture here. What do you want Coug fans to know most about this year's team?
I think we got a team that kind of emulates what makes Washington State basketball special. Like, I think we've got a gritty team that's tough. We got a together team that's going to really share the ball and play connected defense. And I think at the end of the day, like that's what's going to win games in the WCC, and I think we've got a lot of that with a lot of different players.
Season begins with the 280th version of the Battle of the Palouse, WSU hosting Idaho, a familiar foe. You know Alex Pribble well from your time together as assistants at Eastern Washington. He's in his third year with the Vandals. They're predicted to be an upper-level team in the Big Sky Conference. What has stood out most to you when studying this year's Idaho squad?
They got a lot of returners from last year's team. That's really hard to do in this day and age. Like, they got some guys like Colton Mitchell and Jack Payne who were really big pieces to last year's team, and they also got some good transfers coming around them. And you know, I think it'll be one of Pribble's more talented teams that he's had since I've been going against him the last few years. So yeah, it'll be a fun game.
Feels like it's hard to have a lot of experience back in this era of college basketball, but for Idaho, they got 9 guys back. You mentioned Colton Mitchell, Jack Payne, Chris Gonzalez. That trio right there, and maybe even specifically Mitchell and Payne, how important is it to keep them in check?
I think that's the heart and soul of their team when you look at how they play, offensively and defensively. We got to make sure that we limit their easy shots, don't let them get going and get rhythm. You know, the veterans are going to lead those guys, and those two have done a good job.
What have been the big points of emphasis going into this year that you want to see in practice for the first time here tonight?
Well, I think we had moments and spurts last year where we were consistent and we showed who we were and our identity showed through. And I think this year is just making sure that it's really, really consistent, that we're playing together. We got a rebounding mindset, that we're disruptive on defense, and that we're playing fast on offense. And so I think just want to see and make sure that we got those 4 things down.
I'm sure
all of those things are a big part of what I'm going to ask you next. But when it comes to specifically this matchup against Idaho, what's it going to boil down to? Where do the Cougs need to have the edge over the Vandals tonight?
I think for us, like rebounding and contesting shots, like we want to turn our defense into offense, and if we can do that, we can get rebounds and push the break, and that's where our offense flows a lot easier.
Appreciate the time as always. Best of luck here tonight.
Go Cougs.
RV buyers, it's a fact. Jayco builds America's best-selling models with superior engineering, Amish craftsmanship, and the best in the business warranty. Valley RV Supercenter is America's top volume Jayco store because they make them affordable. For comfort and reliability, there's no better choice than Jayco. And for a great buy, there's no better choice than Valley RV Supercenter. Stop by and see them in Kent and check out their full Jayco lineup. Or visit ValleyRVSupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
Your audio home for all things Cougar Athletics is the Washington State Cougar Podcast Channel. Just search for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to follow and subscribe to the official podcast home of the Cougs. Hear our original WSU Athletics podcast, plus replays from the Cougar Sports Network, including football pregame and postgame show coverage, full football game broadcast, and coaches shows. Find it all by searching for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to start listening today.
Brown family honors the legacy of founder Andrew Brown's late grandfather, William Bittner Brown. Every decision made from farm to glass reflects their commitment to premium Northwest wine and spirits. Whether you're visiting one of Brown's tasting rooms or opening a bottle in your own home, Andrew and his wife, Courtney, welcome you to their extended family where good friends, good food and wine, and good times are always on the agenda. Stop by one of our tasting rooms, Spokane, Walla Walla, Seattle, Bellevue, Tacoma, or Portland, and get 20% off a glass this season when you mention WSU.
For nearly 100 years, Adams Tractor has helped the Northwest knock out to-do lists one tough job at a time. As your local Kubota dealer in Spokane and Lewiston, we're proud to back Washington State athletics with the same grit we bring to every yard, field, and job site. From mowing to digging to plowing, Kubota delivers, and so do we. Visit AdamsTractor.com. Adams Tractor, nearly a century strong, powered by Kubota, fueled by Coug pride.
We are back at Beasley Coliseum here courtside. Chris King next to Craig Elo, our engineer Jerry Kylo, and Eggs. The Cougs are out on the floor. Idaho's out on the floor. It is the season opener, and it's just so great. There was the exhibition game, and we should mention that. The Cougs played two exhibition games, one closed door against Cal State Bakersfield, and then the one that was right after the football game on October 25th when the football team beat Toledo over here at Beasley Coliseum. The Cougs got the 74-66 win over New Mexico, a public exhibition played for Washington State for the first time since 2018, defeating reigning Mountain West champs New Mexico 74-66. The final in that game. So a really quality opponent in that tune-up.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, New Mexico, the Mountain West, they're always in the thick of things in that conference. And, I thought that was a great thing to have them come up here and play an exhibition game. And it really showed some good signs, especially the second half where we outscored them.
And the Cougs, with that victory, hoping to get everyone a little bit of a taste. Again, Reeve Avers was out for that game, expecting him to be out today as well. Outside of Reeve Avers, should be pretty good as far as the Cougs and their availability in those home white uniforms. It is the Battle of Palouse, 280th all-time meeting between Washington State and Idaho. We mentioned before the 11th most played series in D1 history. It was the longest consecutive play, but then they had that one year, that 1 year where it was off. Well, it's time for the anthem. We'll take our final timeout. When we come back, it's the starting lineups and tip-off. Idaho here in Pullman take on WSU. This is the Cougar Sports Network.
Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes every moment cheering on your team even better. Plus, the mountains on the bottles and cans turn blue when your beer is Rocky Mountain cold, so you never have to guess if your Coors Light is ready to drink. So, crack one open, take a sip, and enjoy the game. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
A mission that matters. A place to grow. Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories is an internationally recognized designer and manufacturer of products that protect and control electric power systems worldwide. Employees are problem solvers, inventors, and doers. At SEL, you can support a mission that truly matters and create a career that maximizes your full potential. Apply to join the growing SEL team today at selinc.com/careers.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24-monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Dish, Tomas to the basket, left-handed butter, he's got it. Cougs red hot out of the gate.
Today's broadcast is brought to you in part by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. It's game time on the Cougar Sports Network. Now, alongside WSU Athletic Hall of Famer and 14-year NBA veteran Craig Elo, here's the voice of the Cougs, Chris King.
It is finally hoop season. The year gets started here on the Palouse with the Battle of the Palouse. The Washington State Cougars, second-year head coach David Riley getting ready for that second campaign, leading the program, taking on the Idaho Vandals. Alex Pribble in his third year as the head coach for the Vandals. Him and David Riley know each other very well because they were on the same staff together at Eastern Washington for a number of years. And here they are duking it out against each other in this series that is now being played for the 280th time. The lights are turned off here at Beasley Coliseum, and Eggs, for the first time this year, we got the hype video playing.
Yep, I mean, we get creeps in our neck looking up at that far up at the video, but they do a great job with the video and following the team around.
Well, taking a look at the starters for tonight's game for Washington State, it's the same starting five that we saw in the exhibition game on October 25th against New Mexico. In the backcourt, it is the native of Spain who had previously been a pro in Spain, played the last two seasons as a pro in the Spanish second division, Adria Rodriguez, gifted passer, crafty, been described like a coach on the floor. He's starting for the Cougs, joined in the backcourt by Jerome Morton. Morton averaged 10 points per game, started 20 games last year at Morehead State, so comes to the Palouse with a lot of D1 experience. And then it is Tomas Throsterson, named to the All-West Coast Conference freshman team last year. And in that size, we've heard a lot of praise about Ndie Okafor and the step forward he has taken in his development. The second-year Coug, the top returning scorer, averaged 5 points per game last year. And then Emily Yalaho, EY they call him, the transfer from Texas Tech, only played in 8 games, battled some injuries, but 6'8", a junior, and you can see how he very much fits the mold of what David Riley likes. Over on the other side for the Idaho Vandals, the starting 5-4 are Idaho natives. For the Vandals, in the backcourt, it is Colton Mitchell, averaged 11 points per game last year. He's joined by Biko Johnson, the transfer from Fort Lewis College, averaged 16 points per game in the RMAC. Jack Payne, preseason All-Big Sky, the Boise native, averaged 10 points per game last year. And then there's a true freshman in Jackson Rasmussen. He has a chance to potentially be the Big Sky Freshman of the Year. They think that highly of him. He's starting his first game of college, 6'7", Meridian, Idaho native, and Brody Roberry, 6'11". He's got that size, the tallest player of either team's starters. He was at Southeast Louisiana, and going from Hammond back to his home state, the Meridian native here with the Vandals.
Yeah, and I think that's an added plus for them because you look at their roster, and you're right, they don't have a lot of size except for him.
It is go time. The officials for tonight's game, D.G. Nelson, Toby Doolittle, and Mark Cook. Cougs in their white home uniforms, white bottoms, white tops. Cougars in crimson block lettering on the front. The numbers in crimson with the gray outline. The Idaho Vandals making the short trip across the border. They're in their black shorts, black tops. Idaho in that pride gold across the chest. The numbers in pride gold. Pride gold, they made that switch almost a decade ago now. More of that Vegas gold, that darker gold. This is more of that good yellow that pops.
Yeah, Joe Vandal looks a lot better in that, what you just described, yes.
The ball is up in the air. It is Jack Payne and Andy Okafor for the opening tip. Andy swats it back to Adria Rodriguez. Cougs with it. And here we go. The 2025-2026 season gets started. Washington State opening the year, hosting the Idaho Vandals. Left wing, Yalaho picks up his dribble. Near side over to Tomas. Top of the key, guarded tightly by Jack Payne. 10 on the shot clock. Right wing to Jerome Morton. Morton off of the ND screen. Begins to drive into the paint. Kick out. Touch three. Catch and shoot. No good from Tomas. Misses short. ND tries to save it. And he went towards the Idaho corner. Close to the bench. And he stepped out of bounds. So a missed three for the Cougs. And Idaho will have the ball.
Yeah, Tomas kind of had to rush that shot because they worked the offense all the way down to under 5. And it came up a little short, and I think ND thought it was going to hit some rim, but it didn't.
Here comes Colton Mitchell, not only an Idaho native, he's played at 2 schools in the state of Idaho, began at Idaho State, now in his second year with the Vandals. Here's Rasmussen, drives, gets past his defender, Yalaho, and makes the runner. So not just a true freshman in his first college start, makes the first points of the season for his team. 2-0, Cougs trail the Vandals. From the WCC logo, here's Rodriguez, throws up a little finger roll, good step forward, he draws the contact, and that's going to lead to 2 shots. Foul here against the Vandals. Cougs down 2-0, 1 minute into the game, but foul shots coming up.
Yeah, on defense, I didn't like the way Whitey came out and kind of left his feet, and then that allowed the freshman to go right by him. But, boy, I liked what I saw from Adre right there. He just, you look at his stats from last year, I mean, he's pretty even across the board on everything. So I think he'll be a good point guard for David.
Rodriguez misses the first. Here's the second for the native of Spain, the first-year Coug. It is no good in pursuit of that loose ball. Same spot where Andy stepped out of bounds. It's chased down by Jack Payne. Vandals with the ball. Cougs trail 2-0. Try to feed it down low to Brody Roberry, but he draws the contact. Andy Okafor was draped around him, and this will go against Andy Okafor. Okafor shot 62% last year, Eggs. That was the 5th best in program history. Cougs hoping more will come from ND here this year, second year of the program.
Oh, you get him in the paint, he's going to score on you, but if he gets fouled, that's his free throws are questionable.
No look, inbounds pass. Mitchell to Biko Johnson, buries the corner 3. It's a hot start for the Vandals. Coug now down 5-0. Yalaho called for the travel, attacking the hoop, and you can hear David Riley trying to plead the case, saying there should have been contact. Slow start for Washington State. Idaho jumping out to the 5-0 lead on the Cougs. A minute and 15 seconds into the game. A little full court pressure being applied by the Cougs. Inbounds pass to Colton Mitchell. Ball knocked loose, and it's Rodriguez who strips it away, and it goes off the leg of Colton Mitchell. You needed a spark, Eggs, and it's Rodriguez who provides it.
And you even heard Coach Riley say that in his talk with you before the game. Defense has got to make some offense for him, and that's what he did right there. Rodriguez gets a stop.
Described as crafty, and boy, does that fit the bill right there. So Rodriguez forces the Idaho turnover. Down low, into the paint. Rodriguez to ND, goes up strong from the left side with the right hand. Just misses, shot rolls out. Loose ball near the baseline, still for grabs. ND trying to take it away. Whistle blown. And let's see here, it's Roberry and ND battling for the ball. Already 1 foul against ND.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, the big oak tree down there. ND's got to stay on the floor by not committing fouls. His foul was he was trying to fight position way up in the paint, and he should have just allowed Brody to get that.
So it is Vandal ball. It was just out of bounds. ND was on that far baseline when he touched the ball. Rasmussen, true freshman, gives it up to Johnson. Kick out, Payne, pump fake on the 3. Back over to Biko. Left wing 3. He's made 1. His second attempt, too strong, no good. Offensive rebound. Payne gets it back for the Vandals. Ball knocked loose. Here's Rodriguez. Cougs in transition. Rodriguez, right wing. EY. That's the initials for Yalaho's teammates column EY. Cougs working around the perimeter, trying to break a 5-0 scoreless stretch to begin the game. Cougs without a point, 2 minutes and 10 seconds into the game. Rodriguez off of the Yalaho's screen, no-look pass over to EY, right wing. He'll launch the three, in and out, misses. Rebound for the Vandals. It's Roberry who comes away with it. So Eggs, Cougs down 5-0. They haven't had a point here almost 2.5 minutes into the contest.
Yeah, the one point that we should have had was MD. He got fouled on that little bunny that he missed.
Mitchell pulls up near the foul line. His jumper no good, but there will be a whistle against the Vandals as they were trying to pull down the offensive rebound. I believe it's going to be on Brody Roberry. We'll double check that there. He's had a lot of rebounds in his career. He had a game last year for Southeastern Louisiana. He pulled down 15 boards against Lamar.
Well, that time he did what you want your offensive players to do, is go from the baseline out, but ND was already had his big body there, and there was a lot of contact.
It is a foul on Rodriguez, and here is the whistle. Will be a blocking foul against Colton Mitchell. So 2 quick whistles going against the Vandals. Our score, Washington State trails Idaho 5-0. It's the Battle of the Palouse to begin the hoop season. Cougs looking to break this chilly stretch offensively to begin the game. Chris Gonzalez, Idaho's top returning scorer, coming off the bench. He takes the spot of Colt Mitchell, who earned his second foul on that whistle. Rodriguez from the baseline looking for somewhere to go. No-look pass into Tomas, an easy lay-in, and that breaks the scoreless stretch. 2 minutes and 44 seconds before the Cougs were able to strike. They do. They pull within 3, 5-2.
And that was something that they really worked on at shoot-around this afternoon, was scoring on the out-of-bounds underneath.
3 Cougs head to the scores table. There's a running land from Jackson Rasmussen. It's no good. Really losing his balance. It's corralled for the Cougs by Tomas Throsterson. Here comes Tomas looking to push it. Goes up into traffic. Doesn't get the whistle. Ball stripped loose, and it's Idaho comes away with it. Tomas being aggressive. The gamble didn't pay off. Payne trying to go all the way to the hoop himself. And there's a foul called against Idaho. David Riley, a shocked expression on his face.
I thought Tomas did get a little body contact down there on his drive to the basket, and I thought it was going to be 1st and 10, but boy, they're letting them play right now.
Jerome Morton being tagged with that foul. Cougs and Emmanuel Ugbo, the transfer from Boise State, along with Simon Hildebrand. Inbounds pass to the baseline, goes over to Jack Payne. Misses the 3, but chased down on the far corner for Idaho by Biko Johnson. Just keeps it in bounds with Ugbo breathing down his neck. It goes back to Biko. Pulls up, looking for the little floater from the middle of the paint. He tries it, off the mark to the left. Rebound, Ace Glass, true freshman. To the Cougs expect big things from Washington State down by 3. He'll try to tie it with a long triple. The rainbow shot misses on a hop. It's collected by Brody Roberry for the Vandals. 60 minutes, 10 seconds to play first half. Washington State in the Battle of the Palouse, down 5-2 to Idaho. Ace Glass defending Biko Johnson. Top of the key, it's Brody Roberry. 6'11", that big frame, gives it to Payne. Trying to feed it back down to Brody, but the ball tipped by the Cougs, and it will be out of bounds on WSU. Idaho will keep the ball when we come back. Slow start for Washington State offensively. That's the bad news. The good news, Cougs only trail by 3 here in the Battle of the Palouse. 16 minutes to play first half. Our score at Beasley Coliseum, Idaho 5, Washington State 2. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Download the WSU Cougars mobile app today, which features the latest news. Plus, it's your way to stream all of our Cougar Sports Network radio broadcasts. Listen to Cougar football, volleyball, men's and women's basketball, baseball game broadcast, plus coaches shows, all for free with WSU Cougars Game Day app. Take our broadcast with you wherever you go. Available now by searching WSU Cougars Game Day in the Apple App Store or Google Play.
When it comes to all-wheel drive vehicles, nobody gives you more to choose from than Toyota, including the best-selling Camry and the best-selling RAV4.
You've also got Toyota's 5 Brothers, which include the best-selling Tacoma and the legendary new 4Runner.
All-wheel drive gives you the traction you need for confident driving on any road, in any weather.
With 25 different all-wheel drive choices, nobody knows all-wheel drive better than Toyota.
Visit Toyota.com for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Boost Collaborative is a proud sponsor of Cougar Athletics and is a proud supporter of people with disabilities on the Palouse. For over 50 years, Boost Collaborative has been there to help families and their toddlers meet developmental milestones. For youth and adults with disabilities, Boost provides job placement, on-the-job training, and follow-along support. Now you can play a part in Boost's success through your donations and purchases at Palouse Treasures Thrift Store in Pullman. Boost Collaborative, empowering people with disabilities on the Palouse. Go Cougs!
Game is sponsored by Rose Hour Supermarkets. Shop local in Washington, Idaho, Montana, and Oregon. Rose Hour Supermarkets, rooted in the Northwest. We're thrilled to get the hoop season started tonight. Back here courtside of Beasley Coliseum. Chris King with Craig Elo, our engineer Jerry Kylo. 16 minutes to play first half. Eggs, kind of a slow start for both teams, but specifically for the Cougs, down to Idaho 5-2.
Yeah, you got to remember, Idaho, like you said, has 9 returning players, and, WSU lost just about everything. Their scoring and some rebounding. But I think it's just a matter of time before the cobwebs and the chemistry starts showing, because they've had a lot of time to practice together.
Pace and flow, the words used for the Cougs. And boy, here is Chris Gonzalez, takes the inbounds pass, not only makes the three, but the junior guard for the Vandals gets fouled in the process. 8-2, Idaho expands their edge, and Gonzalez going to head to the stripe. A chance at a 4-point play. Gonzalez last year, an 82% free throw shooter.
Yeah, that was tough. They talked again at shoot-around about protecting the paint on out of bounds underneath, and they lost track of Gonzalez, who ran to the corner.
Foul shot is good, so the Cougs trying to dig themselves out of an early hole. Now trailing by 7 to Idaho. 4 minutes and 10 seconds in the contest. Andre Rodriguez back in the game. Drive, kicked out. Ugbo open for the left wing three. He's got it! There's the response for Washington State. Emmanuel Ugbo, the senior from the Netherlands, the transfer from Boise State, knocks down that first triple of the year. Cougs now down 9-5.
And he got open by setting a good screen, and then his man went with the cutter.
Biko Johnson able to post up, get to the hoop, backs his way under the rim, and makes the little floater. 11-5, the lead for Idaho at 6. Nearly 5 minutes in the game. Ace Glass, stutter step, goes up strong with the right hand. True freshman, good touch off the glass. And all of a sudden, Eggs, we see a flurry of offense here. Cougs within 4, 11-7.
Yeah, I like the aggressiveness Ace showed on that. He caught the ball at the top, and then he had the defender on his heels, going right to the rim.
Vandals nearly lose the ball. Payne collects it far corner. Down low in the post, left block to Jackson Rasmussen. Gets by Yalaho, makes the shot. Yalaho fouls him from behind. Another trip to the line for the Vandals. They've already had a 4-point play opportunity, which they converted on. There's a 3-point play chance for the true freshman Jackson Rasmussen. 13-7. Cougs trail Idaho. The Vandals have led this entire game a little over 5 minutes into it.
Yeah, and I think Rasmussen, he's done all of his damage by getting the defender off of his feet on a shot fake and then going strong to the rim. And that time he took EY with him.
Yalaho, the veteran, the junior, but it was Rasmussen, a true freshman in his first college game, the better move. Foul shot no good for Rasmussen. There's Ace Glass to snag the rebound. Here come the Cougs down by 6. Glass to the basket. His shot blocked by Seth Joba, seeing his first minutes. Ball deflected around, last touched by WSU. So the Cougs on the floor right now with only one returner, and that's Case Wynot seeing his first minutes. Jerome Morton back in the game, along with the true freshman Ace Glass. Simon Hildebrand and Emmanuel Ugbo rounding out the 5 for the for the Cougs. Vandals with the ball. Johnson over to Seth Joba, the transfer from Vermont. Now to Chris Gonzalez, pulls up, right elbow jumper. He's got it. Largest lead of the game for the Idaho Vandals. Cougs have not had the edge. It's now 15-7 in favor of Idaho.
Yeah, Glass goes right where he's supposed to on defense, over the top of the screen, but no help from his center.
Here's Morton, silky smooth touch from the Morehead State transfer right at the foul line. Dead on as he makes the jumper. Cougs down by 6. Idaho 15, WSU 9. 14 minutes to play. First half of the season opener here at Beasley Coliseum.
Well, the offense is starting to click, so defensively we just got to get stops.
Biko Johnson trying to shake Jerome Morton. Ugbo nearly punches the ball away. High toss. Johnson between the circles to Joba, left wing to Payne, feeds it down low to Rasmussen, who travels right on the Pac-12 Shield logo. So we have the combo of logos. It's the WCC logo in the paint near the foul line, but the Pac-12 Shield logo still out on the court as well.
Yep, they I believe the football team has it also, and as does Oregon State. But yeah, the WCC logo will be going away next year.
Turnover, number 3 for Idaho. Cougs haven't shot the ball well, but they haven't hardly turned it over. Only one turnover. Here's a drive. A bit of a wild attempt from Jerome Morton, but he's going to be bailed out with the whistle. Morton heading to the foul line.
Well, you mentioned it. He's got a lot of D1 ball under him, and he got his shot last time down, and then this time off of the dribble, he takes his man and draws the foul.
Averaged 10 points per game last year at Morehead State. Misses that first foul shot. Cougs trail by 6, looking to put a dent into that Idaho advantage, which was as many as 8. Cougs have not led in this game. Vandals jumped out to a 5-0 lead. The lefty's next foul shot, good touch that time, he makes it. Now 15-10. Morton from Winchester, Kentucky was the number 2 high school player in his class in the state of Kentucky. But here he is, wanting to play as high of a level as possible. Of course, that development under David Riley stands out. As you see the Cougs switch up their defense here. Johnson pump fake into that Cougar zone. Bad pass, Trey Bassengame throws in the backcourt. Ooh, it was tipped, so not an over and back. Only 7 on the shot clock to work with. Johnson across midcourt, stutter step, will pull up a contested Hail Mary 3. Shot no good. Cougs, did they keep it from going out of bounds? They just did. That was awfully close. It was a shot clock violation. Washington State between Morton and Okafor nearly went out of bounds with the ball.
Yeah, since they both didn't have control of the basketball, the shot clock violation came into effect, and that was a great defensive effort by the Cougs, flying around, causing a lot of problems for Idaho.
13 minutes to play, first half, season opener. Idaho coming to Pullman. It's the Battle of the Palouse. Washington State down by 5, down low. Good pass. Morton finds Andy Okafor and throws down a thunderous dunk. He's going to get a technical for it, though. That was as powerful of a one-hand dunk as you will see, but the technical coming.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he was really taunting the Vandal player or not. He was just happy that he got the dunk to go down.
And it's Chris Gonzalez who goes in the line. David Riley not happy with that. Here's the first foul shot. It is good from Gonzalez. And the difficult thing for Washington State, that's the second foul shot, or second foul, I should say, on Andy Okafor. Next foul shot is good, and getting the ball will be Idaho.
You put an 82% free throw shooter at the line to shoot those. Yeah, he's going to make those, but yeah, ND now has to play a little bit on eggshells where he can't be more aggressive on the defense. He's just going to have to play straight up and behind him.
Scoreboard issues here. It should say 17-12, but it hasn't reflected the Okafor dunk are the 2 foul shots. Clock stop with 12:53 to play in the first half. A reminder, Cougar Nation, each time you bring your Toyota vehicle to be serviced at a local and participating Toyota dealership, you can receive a premium Washington State giveaway item as a member of the Toyota Rewards program. To join the program, visit wsucougars.com/Toyota Rewards.
Yeah, you got to remember the shot or the thing that runs the scoreboard and everything has been in stores for a year. So they should have had this out last week testing it, and it still doesn't say the score.
No, it does not. And there's still frustration from David Riley. So they take the score off of the scoreboard. The clock is working. We can tell you the score is 17-12, though. There's nowhere here at Beasley that informs the fans of that right now. Washington State down to Idaho. Vandals have led this entire game. Seth Joba just outside of the paint, posting up on Okafor. Good defense by ND. Joba loses the ball. That goes into the hands of Washington State's Simon Hildebrandt. Tomas Throsterson back in the game. Hildebrandt, Throsterson, Okafor, why not Morton? The 5 Cougs in those white home uniforms out on the court. Catch and shoot, right wing 3. Hildebrandt too strong with it. It misses. Rebound for the Vandals. Coming away with it is Seth Joba. Outlet pass in a blink of the eye. Chris Gonzalez, the game's top scorer. Looking for a quick strike there, maybe. Nothing there. Here's Biko Johnson over to Joba. Has size and some range. Airballs the 3. Ball knocked out of bounds by Idaho's Chris Gonzalez. Cougs will get it back. 12:02 to play first half. Still trying to play catch up here, Eggs. Cougs down by 5 to Idaho.
Yeah, no question. I meant, again, all the new faces for Coach Riley and his staff. There's a lot of chemistry that's going to have to happen between now and March. And, yeah, I mean, you're getting different combinations out there that haven't played together.
Jerome Morton peeking, top of the key, goes to ND, flips it right back over to Jerome. Crossover move on Biko Johnson, now behind the back, over to ND. Sets his feet, thought about the long 2, over to Hildebrand. Off balance 3, that's no good. Ball tipped up in the air, but Idaho comes away with it. Rebounding tally right now, 11-5 in favor of the Vandals. Trey Blassingame seeing his first action for the Vandals. Blassingame missed all of last year hurt. Washington native from Auburn. Started out at Fairleigh Dickinson, was on that squad that upset number 1 Purdue in the NCAA tournament back 3 years ago. Posting up, Joba goes up with the shot. His defender Simon Hildebrand falls down, and the teardrop is good. High arcing attempt, it drops through the cylinder, and the Vandals expand their lead. Cougs 11-10 to go first half, now down 19-12.
Yeah, if you're going to play defense and try to take the charge, that puts a lot of onus on your other players.
Morton, off-balance runner, that misses. Idaho with the rebound. Transition toss over to Chris Gonzalez. Stutter step into traffic, too strong with the shot, no good. There to clean up with the putback is Brody Robury. Cougs down by 9. This is the largest lead for the Vandals. 21-12 after the Robury putback. Tomas drives, kick out, over to Hildebrand. Missed his first 2 threes. Cougs whip around the corner. Here it is, a 3 from Case Wynot. There's the response Washington State is looking for. The second-year Coug, Case Wynot. A timely 3, and the Cougs pull within 6. 21-15, Idaho up 10:30 and ticking to play first half.
My son actually had a chance to play with him at Sunday Night Hoops, and he said, Case, everybody believes in you.
There's a quick miss 3 from Idaho. Cougs have it back, trying to build some momentum. Tomas to the basket, held as he goes down to the hoop by Trey Blassingame. David Riley trying to say should be an intentional foul call. Tomas slow to get up.
Yeah, that was above the shoulders takedown.
And it will lead us to a media timeout, and thankfully Tomas is up. He's moving that right arm around. But that was quite the thud and quite the foul. Cougs trying to overcome what has been a slow start. 10:16 to play first half here in Pullman. It's Idaho 21, Washington State 15, and the season opener, the Battle of the Palouse. More after this. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Since 1934, Hempler's has used only the leanest European pork bellies for its premium bacon made right here in the Pacific Northwest. Slow smoked over natural hardwood for a rich aroma, savory flavor, and a thick gourmet bite. It's no wonder Hempler's is America's leanest bacon and a longtime favorite of the Washington State Cougars. Hempler's, small batch crafted meats.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of Steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Back courtside at Beasley Coliseum, the season opener. Washington State starting the campaign against Idaho. 10 minutes, 16 seconds to go first half. The Cougs trail the Vandals 21-15. We're actually getting close to the top of the hour, so let's pause right now. 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
On 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
A foul going into the timeout. The officials were taking a closer look. Pretty aggressive foul from Trey Blassingame as Tomas Throsterson was heading to the basket. Chris King courtside with Craig Elo. Cougs are down by 6. They haven't turned the ball over much. Only one turnover, but just that rhythm, that consistency, that flow has been elusive so far.
Yeah, the offense in the half court has not really gotten into its mode of getting good shots for the Cougs. It's been a lot of one-on-one, and I think, again, you're just talking chemistry. You're talking, 5 guys that have to play together as one on the offense. And good to see Tomas get to the line there, and the Cougs do this almost every time after a free throw, is stay up and kind of diamond press.
We saw the Cougs force one turnover in the backcourt with Adrian Rodriguez. Tomas was fouled before the timeout, takes the two shots, makes both. Washington State down 21-17. Idaho's led this entire first half. Their advantage has been as many as 9, but the Cougs are cutting into it. Here's a deep three. Payne, hand in his face, takes it and drills it. Jack Payne, preseason All Big Sky Conference, makes the triple. Cougs back down by 7, 24-17. Losing the ball, Adrian Rodriguez. It goes in the hands of Trey Blasingame. The old playground move of spiking it near the baseline, and he tosses it off to Rodriguez, and it will be Idaho ball back. So as soon as we mentioned the turnover number being low eggs, there's one right there for the Cougs.
Yeah, and again, you don't fault Rodriguez. He was had his man on his hip pocket. He just did a little stutter step, and that allowed the defense to catch back up.
Idaho with the ball. First action of the night for Parker Garrett's the most experienced Coug, the only player to be in the program for 3 years. For Washington State, we'll go 11 deep this year, but Reeve Avers out hurt for this game. So Avers still not out there. Garrett's guarding Payne. Drive. Hard pass. Here's Johnson into the lane. No look dish. Right elbow. Robury loses the ball. 6 on the shot clock. Picks it up. Double team by Okafor. And they'll call a foul against Idaho, or against WSU. Robury makes it. And there's a 3-point play opportunity for Idaho.
That's 3 on ND.
And that foul, as you said, goes against Andy Okafor. Yeah. It's now 26-17. And that's going to give Idaho the opportunity, with Robury at the foul line, to take their first double-digit lead of the game. 9:46 to play, first half. Cougs trying to shake what has been a slow start. Every time they seem to get some momentum, Idaho has an answer.
Yeah, has an answer.
Robury makes the foul shot, so here it is, the first 10-point deficit. 27-17 to score. And the clock works up above the backboard, but not on the main scoreboard. Catch and shoot, right wing 3. Yalaho leaves it short. Rebound, Jack Payne. Cougs have just been a step short, and Idaho's been a step quicker, it's felt like. Here's Payne. He'll pull the trigger on a 3. No good. Offensive rebound for Biko Johnson. Back down low for Robury. Easy look right over Ugbo. His basket is good. The lead now expands to a dozen for Idaho. 29 now 17. Tomas slips by Jack Payne. Shot blocked by Robury, but that's going to lead to a foul. It was not all ball from Brody Robury.
Yeah, and if you go back to the offensive rebound that got Idaho the second chance opportunity, it was a long 3, and with long 3s you get long rebounds, and all the Cougs ran right into the paint. And that allowed them to get the extra shot.
Cougs will have Tomas Throsserson go to the line, 2 for 2 here in this game. 8:42 to play, first half. Here's the first. Tomas swishes it, and the Cougs pull within 11. Season opener here at Beasley Coliseum. It is the 280th all-time Battle of the Palouse, Washington State and Idaho. It's the 11th most played rivalry in all of Division I basketball. Cougs, though, are looking for their first lead. Right now they're trying to cut down that Idaho advantage to single digits. Tomas makes the second, so he's a perfect 4 for 4 at the line. He's Washington State's top scorer with 6 points. Cougs down by 10, Vandals 29, Washington State 19. Biko Johnson inches it across midcourt. A lot of minutes for the transfer from the D2 program, Fort Lewis College. Seth Joba's pass knocked loose, but that ball being grabbed back by Joba. Extra pass, Blasingame, baseline, stutter step, no look, over to Joba, loses his footing. Ball still up for grabs, back over to Idaho, kick out, Rasmussen, right wing 3. He's got it. That is just the way this game has gone. Make it now a 13-point Vandal lead, the largest deficit for the Cougs. That was a 50-50 ball 3 different times, and Idaho gets a 3 out of it.
Mark, you can't see that! And Tomas is showing something that he really didn't show last year, putting the ball on the deck and going strong to the rim. Last year he played a little tentative in that area, and now he knows that the Cougs need him, so he's making some great effort getting to the rim.
And he gets back to the foul line, so the whistle going against Idaho. Boy, that Jackson Rasmussen 3. Tough timing for the Cougs. First foul against Idaho's Jack Payne. 1-1. Here's the first. Tomas makes it 32-20 on the offensive end. Tomas has basically been that bright spot. It feels like when the Cougs get something going, there's the technical foul against ND. Yep. There's a 3 as a response for Idaho. There's the next foul shot. Tomas remains perfect. 32-21. WSU trailing Idaho by 11. 8 minutes and 5 seconds to go in the first half. Chris Gonzalez back out on the court for the Vandals. He is the game's top scorer with 8, tied with Tomas. Brody Robury, the big man, the 6'11" transfer for the Vandals from southeastern Louisiana, with 7. Deco Johnson begins to drive, picks up the dribble. Top of the key, over to Seth Joba. First-year Vandal, transfer from Vermont. From the Catamounts to the Vandals. Here's Joba, double teamed, left block, and he travels.
And that time, great connectivity that you heard David talk about on defense. The rotation was there, and it caused that turnover.
That will send us to immediate timeout. 7 minutes, 38 seconds to play. First half at Beasley Coliseum in Pullman. Cougs looking to move past a slow start. Idaho up on WSU, 32-21. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
For nearly 100 years, Adams Tractor has helped the Northwest knock out to-do list one tough job at a time. As your local Kubota dealer in Spokane and Lewiston, we're proud to back Washington State athletics with the same grit we bring to every yard, field, and job site. From mowing to digging to plowing, Kubota delivers, and so do we. Visit AdamsTractor.com. Adams Tractor, nearly a century strong, powered by Kubota, fueled by Coug pride.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
Your audio home for all things Cougar Athletics is the Washington State Cougar Podcast Channel. Just search for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to follow and subscribe to the official podcast home of the Cougs. Hear our original WSU Athletics podcast, plus replays from the Cougar Sports Network, including football pregame and postgame show coverage, full football game broadcast, and coaches shows. Find it all by searching for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to start listening today.
Back courtside at Beasley Coliseum, it is the season opener. Zane Chazio back in the Cougar Sports Network studios. Here, Chris King next to Craig Elo, our engineer Jerry Kylo. Battle the Palouse to get the year started. Washington State, it has not been a pretty start to this one. They trail Idaho by a score of 32-21. Eggs, we've got the stat sheet in front of us, and I know there's a couple of numbers that really jump out to you.
I'm really afraid to say this, but Idaho, with only one guy that's over 6'9", has got 14 points in the paint, a couple by the freshman getting to the rim. And, we only have 6, but also we've given up 4 offensive boards that led to some second-chance points.
Cougs with the ball, down by 11. Adria Rodriguez back out on the court. Off-balance pass over to Emmanuel Ugbo, and that shot blocked cleanly by Jack Payne. And here's going to be a whistle against Washington State. Tomas Throsterson picks up the foul, and the Cougs being dominated on the glass by the Vandals right now. 15 rebounds. Actually make that 16 after that rebound for the Vandals. Just 6 for Washington State. That foul on Tomas will send a outstanding foul shooter to the line for 1-on-1. Colton Mitchell, 89% at the stripe last year. Mitchell, his first crack at things. One of the top scorers for Idaho last year, has not scored in this game. 1-on-1, the shot is up. He makes it. It's now 33-21. Eggs, it felt like the fortunes were beginning to change after a slow start when the Cougs, after a 9-point deficit, brought it within 4 at 21-17, but then there was an 8-0 run, and it's been a double-digit lead basically ever since.
Yeah, Idaho feeling a lot more comfortable running their stuff and causing a lot of defensive problems for us.
Rare miss from Colton Mitchell. Can't get the second. Was 89% at the stripe last year. Cougs with the rebound. When will that shot in the arm happen here? for Washington State. 7 minutes, 15 seconds to play first half. Cougs down by 12. Here's Jerome Morton, dashes to the hoop. No look lay-in. Nice job of seizing a small opening. The basket's good. Cougs down 33-23.
Now that time we had some good offensive movement that opened up the lane for Morton to get there.
Mitchell, catch and shoot three, far corner, misses. Ball stripped loose, and it's Ugbo who grabs it for Washington State. Jerome Morton, Emmanuel Ugbo, Emily Yalaho, along with Ace Glass and Tomas Throsterson out on the court for Washington State. That rhythm be found for the Cougs. Morton contested right wing three, just short. Rebound for the Vandals by Seth Joba. Nice job by him of blocking out.
Well, the ball went from one side of the floor to the other, and it got a good look for Morton, just didn't finish.
Jack Payne guarded by Tomas Throsterson. They get tied up. This will be a foul against Tomas. That's going to be his second personal. So Endi Okafor, the top returning scorer, has been limited with his first half minutes because he has 3 fouls. Remember, the one was on the technical after a bit of taunting after a dunk. And now Tomas, your second leading returning scorer, who was on the all-freshman team in the West Coast Conference last year, that's his second personal. And it also sends a very good free throw shooter to the line. And Jack Payne, he was 80% last year.
Yeah, I think everybody that's gone to the line for Idaho is above 80, and that's where you can win a lot of ball games.
1-1, but he earns the second by making the first. Idaho 34, Washington State 23. Cougs shooting 36%. Idaho shooting over 50%. Next foul shot is good, 35-23. Brody Roberry comes back into the game at 6'11". Really that one Vandal who provides that kind of size. Seth Joba back over to the bench. Cougs being led in scoring by Tomas Throsterson with 8. Pretty balanced for the Vandals. Chris Gonzalez with 8. Cougs bringing across midcourt. Jerome Morton at the foul line. Over to Case Wynot, who's now in the game. Wynot the returner. Saw some action as a freshman last year. Ace Glass into the paint. Vandals wanted to travel on him. They won't get it. Here's Morton, 13 on the shot clock. Between the circles, over to Glass. High steps it. Kick out corner. Ugbo open three. Takes it. No good. Rebound for Idaho. They continue to dominate on the glass in this game. Plus 10 on the boards for the Vandals. 18 for Idaho. 8 for Washington State. Cougs down by 12. Mitchell feeds it to Jackson Rasmussen. Spin move. Double team. Right block. And it will be a travel called second on Rasmussen. True freshman. They have high hopes for him. But he now has 2 turnovers. That's as many as the Cougs have had as a team in this game.
Yeah, and again, the defense by the Cougs, they forced him on the baseline, and the rotation came over, and we stayed on the ground and caused that travel.
Here's Morton, near corner to Case Wynot. Cougs have not shot well from beyond the arc, just 2 of 10. Hildebrand, spin move into traffic, ball knocked loose. He will recollect it. Washington State hangs on to it. He'll set his feet, take a 3. That misses. Hildebrand, a good 3-point shooter, has it rim out on Washington State. An icy cold 2 of 11 from downtown to begin this game. The Vandals back with the ball,